Okay, ready to get this one started. And off we go from the link. Avery Williams on the return. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line.
The Eagles take over first and 10 at their own 27-yard line.
Three tight ends in the game to start the drive. Fake to give, now it's Hurts. This one broken up. It's incomplete. The defender right there with him. It brings up second down.
All things considered, it's actually a pretty good pass. I mean, he puts the ball in a place where only his guy can catch it. But I think he hears those footsteps coming from that nearest defender, and he's not able to secure the catch through contact.
Hurts gonna fire this one out to Smith. And he won't get away. Good open field tackle there to get him down behind the line.
Certainly not how they drew it up for his first catch of the game, but he's on the board, and I think the hope is continue to go his way, and next time, let's try to pick up some yards.
On third down, it's Hurts. Moving left. And that is incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time. And it's going to bring up fourth down.
Remember what they told us, Mike, leading up to this game. They said it is so critical for us to find success, especially on third down. We want to maintain possession, extend these drives. Well, the first crack comes up, and they fail through the air, and we're going to have to regroup and be able to have better success throughout the remainder of this game.
And he's going to have an Eagles first down. That is something else. A big pickup on fourth and long to give him a new set of downs.
Eagles first down. First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
First carry for Saquon Barkley. And he'll be marked down at the 45-yard line. Give him 10 more on that one. Just enough for another first down.
Eagles first down. First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
He'll stay on the ground with Barkley. And some space opens as he's brought down following a gain of 6.
It's a pickup of 6. Brings up second and 4 at the 38-yard line.
From the 38 now, here's second down and 4. Nothing doing there. He'll go down behind the line.
On the stop. Taken down back at the 42.
Play 8 of the opening drive coming up, and now they face third down. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. That one too far out in front. It is incomplete. He was trying to find Saquon Barkley coming out of the backfield. And that'll set up fourth down. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. That one caught by Smith. And he's going to have the Eagles first down. They'll have it by a lot. It turns out to be a big gainer on fourth down.
For another Eagles.
They run out of the gun with Barkley. And he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on the play. Last play went the wrong way. It sets up second and long. It's second down and 12. That's going to be incomplete. Barkley very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force third down.
I got high standards for offensive players, but in this case, Mike, I think I'm giving all the credit to the defender. He timed that one up perfectly, and what could have been an easy play ends up as an incomplete.
Now a screen set up for Barkley. And that one's just too long to get going. They'll come up, stop him before the lineman to get out to lead the way. On fourth down, it's Jake Elliott time for the Eagles. This one is good. He knocks it through. And the Eagles will take a 3-0 lead.
You know, they did a lot of good things on this opening drive, Mike. I know they stalled out once they got down there into the red zone. They're going to need to work on finishing some of these drives as this game moves along. But that's a good 3 points to start this game.
And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. Daniels starts with a pass. Pass caught left side. That's Ertz. He'll be brought down up past the 35-yard line. They'll get 11 there. And that's a quick first down. So from the 36, it is 1st and 10. First carry for the versatile Austin Eckler. And they'll have it across midfield down at the opposing 46-yard line.
It's a gain of 17 yards. First down.
So just a lone field
I ain't gonna
goal
trade
in
that
the
nigga
first
to go be a
quarter
backup, dude. That's
3-0
crazy.
is our score. And we're back in Philly in a moment. Commanders with the football to begin the second quarter.
Hell yeah.
As they've got it with 1st and
See, I mean,
10.
y'all can have Dawson back if y'all want. I see, y'all can have Dawson back. Yeah, y'all can have him back.
From the shotgun, it's Daniel. Left side, it's caught by Brown. And they're going to move this ball inside the 25-yard line. First time these two have connected
Holy
this
smokes.
afternoon, and it'll wind up being a first down.
They do a really nice job of picking up the pressure, and that's what allows him to have the time to go through his entire progression. He sees his check down wide open, gets the ball into his hands, and he does the rest.
Daniels now on first down. A hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up second down. Operating from the gun, it's Daniel.
The goal is a piggy!
It's going to wind up incomplete.
What do you mean?
Intended target on that one. And it's going to be third down.
It's called, nigga, I'm a motherfucker free rusher. I ain't blitzing. I like my man, you know, I roam, bruh. That's what I do.
Daniels going to throw again.
Me get that shit!
It's incomplete. Good job separating the receiver from the ball, and it is fourth down. Matt Gay coming on for this field goal try. This one from 39 yards out. Gay's
I ain't gonna lie, last game I played, nigga real blocking my shit, took that bitch to the out.
will tie the game.
I had to delete that shit off my YouTube. That shit pissing
And
me
that's
off.
really well done here, Mike. I mean, everything's in rhythm. A good snap, a good hold, and a good kick ties this game.
Field goals for both sides on their opening possessions.
Oh, that shit easier now, bro. I ain't gonna lie,
This
niggas
one's
be doing that
kicked
shit.
away. Here comes Will Shipley on the return. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. And that's where the offense will take over.
Yeah.
So here's a 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 24. Hurts. Our first down throw there is incomplete.
He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
Off the play fake. Hurts.
Block!
He is taken down.
Niggas not blocking.
Gets up for a loss of 7. And now it's third down. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. That's complete to his big tight end.
Oh, he put the jiggy shit out of his ass.
This all the way up close to the 40-yard line. Set to go now.
Yeah,
on
we all
first
fucking know,
and
bro.
10. On play action. Hurts. just get rid
There's
of
no
this.
way you can move that
Smart
fast
play
from
to
sideline to
throw it
sideline,
away.
bro. That's some
And that'll
bullshit,
set
bro.
up second down.
Your ass was all the way over there, bro. That shit fluke, bro.
Here's a handoff to Barkley. And that one shut down pretty quickly. They'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
Give an effort by this runner, Mike, just to get back to the line of scrimmage. I think most backs around the league, that play would have resulted in a loss, but not this guy. Continued to fight, continued to do everything he could to prevent the loss, but it still stopped for no gain.
That's caught left side by Goddard.
It don't matter. You come up and stop that. I'm doing that bitch to Dotson. Matter of fact, I'm taking Dotson now. I can't throw it to his name.
This one goes for 17
Let's make it
yards.
Dotson. I got to put my AJ Brown in the slot. Oh, yeah.
3-3
Oh, what the
our
fuck happened?
score. 2 minutes to go in this first
yeah.
half. We'll come back to Philadelphia right after this. On 1st and 10, it's Hurts. Open receiver is Dotson. That keeps him ahead of
Dotson got the
schedule.
sauce,
That's
bro.
a first down completion of 7 yards. Here's 2nd and 2.
Commanders 34-yard line.
On the handoff, this is Barkley. And he'll have enough to move the chains. We'll take this forward for about 3 yards.
That's another Eagles first down. 1st and 10 at the 31-yard line.
On 1st down, it's Hurts. Escaping to his left. Escaping the danger, throwing and completing.
That's what Dawson
He's
do, man.
taken down just shy of the 10. So the Eagles lose their first time out here. Clock stops with a little over a minute to go in the second quarter.
He left hand, one hand that bitch.
Still get a first down. At the
Oh, I
one.
hate this game, though.
First
That's
and
just
10, they go from the 11.
Man,
That was going too far either way. Defense right on it. They hold him to no gain.
you need to
Here's
run
a
it,
timeout
Brock,
for
man. You
Philadelphia
ain't give me no
as
hoes.
second, as the clock stops, 50 seconds to play until halftime.
That ain't going to fuck that. He blitzing?
To throw on 2nd down is Hurts.
No, fuck, Hurts.
In the end zone and intercepted.
That's me for running while I'm fucking throwing this shit like an idiot. You threw that bitch high as shit.
At their own 3-yard line.
Damn, that was dumb.
So you find yourself entering the red
See, I'm
zone.
jumping and
It's
shit,
hard
throwing this
to
bitch
not
like a
start
crackhead.
envisioning scoring a
Let me
touchdown. Well, that
calm the fuck
interception,
down.
it changes everything.
Damn,
This
that
is
was
a
stupid.
huge missed opportunity. You have to capitalize and find a way to hang 6 on the defense.
To throw is Daniels on 1st and 10. Now he'll run it. And he's going to give him some breathing room past the 15-yard line. The Commanders will signal for the first of their timeouts. They stop it here with just
He's
under
coming.
40 seconds until
And
halftime.
we gonna keep coming.
On 1st and 10, here's Daniels. That run complete to Jalen Lane. And he's going to
Damn, I just bullshit in that fucking drive. Holy smokes.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10.
I don't like that shit, Adore. Stop that shit.
Looking out of the gun, it's Daniels. He'll air it out down the middle. Oh, a huge mistake late in the half. It is intercepted. And the Eagles are going to have it. They'll take over at their own 24-yard line.
I
The
see you,
best
white
way,
boy.
Mike,
I
for a
see you.
defense to bait these bad throws is don't allow the quarterback to throw the ball to their first read. By the time he gets to the 3rd or 4th read, in this case, The defender has already put himself in position. Jump
Goodbye.
that route, challenge the receiver. That's a big-time takeaway.
Oh, my God.
Hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up second down.
At the 24-yard line.
To throw is Hurts. Oh, man, it's A.J. Brown brings it in. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line. Now the Eagles will use the last of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 17 seconds to go in half number 1.
At the 40-yard line.
Hurts looking to throw on first down. Oh, in trouble.
What's even a point? I never give me enough fucking time.
Work to do now as they come up
Nigga didn't
on
even run the
second
fucking route yet.
and long.
Second down. At the 33-yard line.
Throwing is Hurts. That's going to wind up incomplete.
It didn't matter. That shit bad. That shit, I ain't got no time left. Fuck, man. This is a shitty half, man. What the fuck we doing offense?
You know, it's hard to
Why they always showing me
speculate
Quinyon
like
Mitchell on the
you said.
sideline?
We try
God
to
damn,
just
Madden. Show me some
interpret
different
and assume
animation.
what's
Shit.
going on in the minds of the players and the minds of the coaches, but they seem to me to be a little bit
All right.
rattled. All these negative plays have really started to pile up in the first half. He's got to settle down.
Oh, and he's going to go down. He could not get rid of
3
it.
sacks, bro.
And that's going to bring an end to this first half.
That nigga old as shit, bro.
So we are at halftime, and Greg and I will be back right after this. It's the National Football League.
That nigga
On
real
EA
old as
Sports.
train smoke.
Still in search of our first touchdown of
What
the
the hell
game.
you talking
We are
about?
tied at 3 as we begin quarter number 3. Austin Eckler now to return. And he'll be brought down past
Oh,
the
yeah.
25. Decent field position to start this drive. Daniels quick to Debo. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
I take it personally every time we throw the deep.
All
I
right,
hate
so
that
anytime
nigga
you're facing
personally.
the blitz,
He's a
the
bitch.
best thing you can do as an offense is just get the ball out of your hand. Get into the hands of receiver, run after catch. In this case, nice job by the defense, rallying to the ball. Modest gain.
To the sideline, nice job. They pulled that one in, but that is still well short of a first down.
That was a nice looking grab. Really nice footwork there on the sideline to stay in bounds, but after all that, it's still not going to result in very much.
Forced to his right.
This is an element that defensively you always have to be ready to defend. You can't just accept that it's a pass and be so consumed with the receivers downfield. You have to account for the quarterback as a scrambler. You can see why, as he's able to get out of the pocket and pick up first down.
And he'll get up beyond the 40 to the 41-yard line. That is Cooper DeJean in there for the stop. It is 2nd and 6. Play action. Here's Daniels. That's taken in. It's Austin Eckler. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one.
What the hell are we doing? Can't get no pass rush, Mo.
Third and 2. Here's Daniels. Throwing off his back foot, and it's
Yeah,
taken in.
Quinyon, give us that some blue ass shoulder tap. He ain't got
Be
it.
a bit short of the line, and that is going to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, cool. No, that's Bond. I'm about to say.
Couldn't get the connection on 4th. Gonna give the ball over.
Yeah, Bond, we all like that. We love it.
Always a gamble anytime you go for 4th down on your side of the field, but they clearly thought they had a play that they liked, but the defense came up huge, and now their offense is going to have a chance to capitalize and take advantage of this short field.
Gotta go.
Counter with Barkley.
Oh, excuse me. Oh my God, bro. You can't even fucking juke, bro.
Taken down inside the 20-yard line. That one's good for 26 yards.
big hole up the middle. The interior of this offensive line did a great job clearing some space. The back saw it quick, and he hit it. The next thing you know, he was in the secondary for a big pick.
Oh, what?
The sledding becomes a little more difficult. They're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage.
Bro, I took the niggas out the frame, bro. That's
Be a
bullshit.
little bit more decisive with his cut, Mike. You can see he was a little hesitant.
I hear you,
Once
bro.
you're late making that decision, you just kind of get strong laterally. Great job
Block.
there by the defense, and he has no choice but to take that loss.
And they're in business now. He is out of bounds inside the 10. A pickup of 10, and it's going to set up first and goal.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play, and it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest, and that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
To the 5-yard line.
Nice job by the running back making the first guy miss, but it's the pursuit by the entire defense. Even though he doesn't get him down on his first
It was a nice
try,
game. What
the
you
rest
talking
of
about,
his
bro?
guys are all rallying to the ball, and they bring him down for a short gain.
Here's Hurts. He'll take this himself. Looking for a seam, but will not find one.
I got that shit down. Hey, he ain't never touch me, bro. You touching Hurts, I guarantee. He goes, oh, fumble. One thing, this nigga first fumble that motherfucker like shit. Oh my God.
Going nowhere. Met and
Oh my
dropped
God.
behind the line. And now it's 4th and goal.
A loss of 2 yards. It's now 4th and goal.
Hurts will work here from the pistol. This one is caught. On 4th and goal, they deliver. Devontae Smith, touchdown, Eagles. Elliott, good on the extra point. And the Eagles take a 10-3 lead. So the lead is 7 now here in this 4th quarter. The tie has been broken. Let's see what happens on this kickoff. On the return, here's Luke McCaffrey. And they'll be set up well as he is past the 35-yard line.
Take over 1st and 10 at their own 36-yard line.
1st and 10 now from the 36. The drive starts with a carry by Eckler. The hold closes quickly. He'll pick up about 3.
So I think as you look back over the course of this game, it's really been the inability of this offense, Mike, to create any sort of balanced attack to get anything going. And whether you look at the rushing yards, whether you look at just the points scored, this offense has to find a way going forward to generate more big plays and more balance, both run and pass.
Daniels to throw on 2nd down. Pass caught left side.
What the
That's
fuck?
Hurts. And he's going to be out of bounds just beyond midfield. Pick up of the 11 yards on that one. Good for a Commander's 1st down. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. Right side, catch made by McLaurin. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
A bit of a quick hitter here. What you're hoping for, Mike, is that the defense can't react quickly enough because the ball's coming out so hot. But they knew it was coming, and they end up holding them to just a short gain.
From the 47 now, they'll work with a 2nd and 7. Operating from the gun, it's Daniel. To the outside, catch made by Brown. And that's going to be a 1st down. A pickup of 9.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback. Get into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
From the 31, here's 2nd and 4. Throwing again. Daniel. On target. Got it to McClure. And he'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down.
First down, Washington.
To the air again is Daniel. Throw here down the field. With ball incomplete. He was trying to hook up with Deebo Samuel that time. It's second down. Daniels gonna throw again. Firing right side, brought in by Brown. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play. The Philly faithful making some noise on their feet before third down. They'll drop to throw. Open man left side, he's got it. And he's going to have the first down taken down after a short pickup of 5, but it will keep the drive going.
And the Commanders' first down.
Even in the air, here's Daniel.
That's me.
Pinballs around, but it is incomplete.
All right, so this is why you get paid the big bucks. These are the possessions as a quarterback you need to deliver for your team. Everybody talks about 2 minutes. Everybody drills it every single week. But when it comes down to this moment in the game, your quarterback needs to be on point. And after that first down incompletion, it just makes things that much harder.
Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect.
He'll try to run for it. That is incomplete. Here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's fourth down.
They desperately needed that one, Mike. Down here late, they've only got a few remaining snaps to go, and it puts all of the pressure of the game now on fourth down. Let's see what play call they have in a gotta-have-it situation. And right now, this quarterback needs to make his best throw in the biggest moment of the game.
So the Eagles will use their first time out here. Get the stoppage with just over 50 seconds to go in this one. They'll try to sneak it here. Looking to squeeze into a crease somewhere. Did not break the play. They're going to mark them short. Here's a timeout for Philadelphia. That is their second. They get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining here in the fourth. On second down, it's Daniel. A look to the end zone, and it's broken up. Incomplete. There was no space, no separation that time. That's going to bring it to third and goal. Got it. Ready? Here we go. Set. Hot, 70. Hot, 70. 70 line. Third and goal. It's Daniel. And it's a touchdown. They have gotten to within one. And a 2-point conversion can give them the lead here in the final minute.
In this offense, they just continue to find such creative ways to get the ball into the hands of their playmakers. And this time they use the pre-snap motion to help their guy gain leverage. And it's just an easy pitch and catch for the touchdown.
His kick is good.
We are in the final minute of what is now a tie game as we are set for the kickoff. Here is Shipley on the return. Oh, he's got room past the 30.
Kickoff.
Look at him go. And he's going to go all the way. Oh, that's some late magic. They've taken the lead here in the final minute of play. Elliott on now for the PAT. He's got it. And the Eagles go up by 7. It is now 17-10. So the kickoff team out there one final time in the final minute as they kick it away. return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchdown. They'll come up for 1st and 10. On play action, Daniels. Forced out wide. Escaping the danger, throwing and completing. And he's going to get out of bounds with the first down. Double as good there. They get the first down and save a timeout. Now Daniels.
Give him credit for keeping this play alive as long as he could. This easily could have gone down for a loss, but he's kind of able to find his way forward and at least get back to the line of scrimmage.
They'll come up now for 2nd down. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. That's caught downfield. McLaurin brings it in. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line.
And these are the moments in the game, Mike, where you need your best players to come through and make their presence felt. That's exactly what he does there. Picks up a nice reception, good chunk of yards, and they keep their hopes alive.
Samuel has it on the snap. He's going to be marked down at the 12-yard line. And with inside of 10 seconds, 8 to be precise, we get whistles and a timeout here on the field. Daniels now on 1st down. Headed left. Fine. What? To within 1. And a 2-point conversion can give him the lead here in the final minute.
Mike, I know everyone has their opinions about whether to kick it or go for 2, but my honest opinion is I don't even think there's a decision to be made. I'm keeping my offense on the field. We've practiced all week for our gotta-have it.
And he will score. Comeback complete. They take the lead here in the final moments.
What? Bro, this game is some shit, Mo. Oh, my God, bro. This game is
down to the final few seconds of this one as the kick is away.
Austin Eckler on the return. The Eagles take over 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line.
From the 35, it's 1st and 10. Here we go. One final play. And that's going to be incomplete. The defense holds here in the final minute, and they're going to get out of here with a victory. So, a win here on the road. Call it Motown, call it the Motor City. To Lions fans, this is home. Ford Field in downtown Detroit. Straight ahead, we've got a good one on tap. It's the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions. The veteran Brandon McManus ready to kick this one off. And off we go from Ford Field. Here's Craig Reynolds to return. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line.
At their own 28-yard line.
On play action, Goff. Open man, it's Jameson Williams. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
It's a gain of 18. That's good for a Lions first down.
We'll go play action with Goff. Catches made by Wright. And they'll get about half what they needed to pick up a 5 and sets up second and 5.
Second down.
There's no more efficient play in the NFL, Mike, than the play-action passing game, and you can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice gain to his tight end.
That'll be caught. It's Jahmyr Gibbs. And that's a first down. It'll be a gain of 8.
It's a gain of 8. That's good for a Lions.
Off the play fake, here's Goff. Moving outside the pocket. This is incomplete. We do have a penalty flag down. Let's see what this call is. A second down throw for Goff. To the right side, that's St. Brown. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
So they have these rules for the receivers, Mike. They call them green grass rules. And the idea is if you're running across the field and you're looking at the quarterback, you're going to stay on the run. If you're not looking at the quarterback, that tells him, I'm going to sit in this soft zone. I'm going to what they call punch and pivot and stop. And that tells the quarterback to put the ball on your chest. That nonverbal communication between the receiver and the quarterback, recognizing when you're open, stay open, that's the stuff that makes a lot of these offenses so difficult to defend. So the offense found themselves in a little bit of no man's land. They were too far for a field goal attempt, but too close to attempt a punt. So they decided to be aggressive early and go for it on fourth down. But it was the defense that turned them away with a huge stop to start this game.
And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
Depending on the situation or the down and distance, Mike, the linebackers have different reads. Sometimes they read the offensive lineman. Sometimes they read the running back. In this case, his read brings him right to the play. He's able to make a big stop and keep the game to nothing.
It is 3rd and 10.
It's a loss of a yard. And it's 3rd down.
Out of the shotgun. It's Love. That's Dobbs open left side. And he'll be stopped short of a first down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team. It's 4th down.
Even though they gave up that last completion, Mike, that's a really good drive there for this defense. I mean, from the beginning, on those early downs, keeping them from staying ahead of the chains, put them in a tough 3rd down situation, and now it brings up 4th down, and looks like they're going to get off the field.
On 4th down, Love. That's taken in. And he's going to have a Packers first down as they find a way to keep the chains moving on 4th down.
Well, you can see the entire sideline, and frankly, the entire fan base kind of holding their breath. That decision on your own side of midfield to go for it on 4th down, had they not gotten it, it's a tough decision.
Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him. Aiden Hutchinson in there for the sack. He forced his way through. A loss of 9. Second down throw for Love. Catch made there by Watson. And he's going to be brought down. And with that tackle, we hit the end of the first quarter of play. We begin quarter number 2. The Packers have the football as they've got it 3rd and 10. Here we go. From the gun, it's Love. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. His second grab on this drive, good for 11 yards, and most importantly, a first down. The man in motion is Watson. Here's a handoff to Jacobs. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too. After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. Here's Love. A pass taken in by Watson. He's able to get away from one man, but the reinforcements were there for that. He's taken down for a loss on the play.
What an impressive play by this linebacker. I mean, Mike, back in the day, you would never see a linebacker take down a wide receiver in the open field like that. But these guys are tremendous athletes who can really hold their own in space. He killed that play before he even had a chance to come up.
They'll pick up 7. Nice job defensively, though, to make sure it's not more. And it sets up 4th down.
But it's 4th down.
They'll go for it. Love. That's going to be caught. And he's going to get there. He's got the first down. What great awareness after the catch. He gets enough to move the chains.
First down, Packers.
On the handoff, this is Jacobs. Peeling forward for maybe a yard. Jack Campbell, the former first-round pick, there to wrap him up.
1-yard gain brings up 2nd and 9 at the 24-yard line.
2 minutes to play. Still searching for our first points of the half. Greg and I back from Ford Field in Detroit. In a moment, here's a 2nd and 9. To throw is Love. There's a short one blocked by Kraft. He's going to be marked down at the 12-yard line. Here's 1st and 10.
And the Packers first down.
Throwing is Love. This one broken up. It's incomplete. The defender right there with him. It brings up 2nd down.
It's 2nd down.
And their offensive struggles just continue to show up time after time here in this first half. It's going to be hard to sustain drives when you continue to put themselves in holes on these early downs like they did here.
And he'll get only about 3 before being ridden out of bounds.
You can see the eyes of the quarterback. He's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the coverage, he's forced to check this ball down to the shallow route. This is something that they know in the future. If they need a couple yards, they can come back to this play.
And he will not quite get to the markers. Good job there defensively. And now, decision time. What are you going to do on 4th down?
Brings up 4th down.
Here's Love to throw. That is caught. Matthew Golden. Touchdown, Green Bay. Brandon McManus now to add the extra point. He's got it. And the Packers will take a 7-0 lead. The kickoff team is out on the field. And we're back to it as the kicks away. Reynolds now on the return. Now an opening past the 30. And he'll be forced out of bounds, but a very solid return. On 1st and 10, here's Goff. Here's a screen set up for Gibbs. He's taken down, but just shy of midfield. The Lions call their first time out. Clock stops with a little under a minute to go in the 2nd quarter. On 1st down, it's Goff. That's caught by Gibbs. And Detroit's going to use their 2nd timeout. They get the stoppage with just over 50 seconds to play in this first half.
49-yard line.
On 2nd down, Goff. Flush to his right. He'll get rid of it and complete it. Here's the 3rd and final timeout for the Lions, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. From from the gun on third down. It's gone. Open man, right side. He's got it. And they're going to move this ball inside the 25-yard line.
And the Lions first down.
Off to throw on first down. That's to the end zone where it's incomplete. What a job in coverage, muscling that one free. It'll be second down now.
So as halftime looms, Mike, they have to find a way to capitalize on this drive right here and make sure they end the half with some sort of points. Now, that incompletion, not ideal, but at the very least, it stops the clock. Catch your breath, get back in the huddle, and this next play, it's got to be a gotta have.
Oh, a huge mistake late in the half. It is intercepted. And the Packers are going to take over once again at their own 25-yard line.
Every once in a while, Mike, you see a quarterback predetermined before the snap where they're going to go with the ball, and I think that was the case here. He told himself, I'm throwing the ball to him no matter what, and it ends up being a costly mistake.
25, they'll go to work. First and 10. Now Love. The pressure gets there, and down he goes back inside the 20-yard line. Packers go ahead and use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 14 seconds to go in half number one. Throwing on second down, Love. Crush, it's incomplete. He did get the pass off, but he got drilled before he let it go. Third and long. Love to throw. And they will continue to go backwards. He's taken down for a sack. So, one half in the books. Second half coming up. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Just that one touchdown on the board. 7-0 the score as the third quarter begins. And no chance to return this one. Through the end zone, 4 touchdowns.
Ready?
They'll go play action with Love. That complete to Jacobs. And they'll get about half what they needed to pick up the 5 and sets up second and 5.
Brings up second and 5 at the 40-yard line.
Off the play fake. Here's Love. On the run to the right. And he'll just bite the bullet and throw this one away. It was a good idea. Didn't force anything there. But now it's going to bring up third down. Here we go. It's the tight end Kraft in motion. And this is going to be incomplete. And a great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a fourth down.
Every so often, Mike, you can see these offenses, and it looks like the passing game gets a little bit too predictable. And as the defense continues to flood the back end of these zones with extra defenders, they're continuing to force it.
He's hit after the catch, and the ball comes free. The Lions have got it. Well, sometimes the offense tries to make a little too much happen, try to pitch it around, get an extra few yards, except they lose the ball, and the defense will take over.
Mike, you're exactly right. That is what happened here. That's just a prime example of a player just doing a little too much. Just secure the ball, get as many yards as you can, and make sure your team ends up still possessing the ball.
A gain of
Second and 5.
brings up second down at the 15.
From the gun, it's gone. And it'll be a short pickup. That's not enough for the first down.
Defensive coordinators preach all the time, play pass defense with vision. It's exactly the case here. They're able to rally to the ball, keep that to a short game.
He'll try and throw for it on 3rd and 1. Oh, he won't get there. Looking for a cutback lane. It never opened up. And now it's 4th down.
It's 4th down.
They'll go for it. Here's Goff. That one on target for Williams. He's got it. And he will have the 1st down. So they roll the dice on 4th down in the red zone. And it pays off with 1st and goal. And he will get into the end zone. Jahmyr Gibbs. Touchdown, Lions. Now Jake Bates on for the extra point. It's up and through. And the Lions will level things out at 7 apiece. So back to level after the touchdown. Time for the kickoff. The dangerous Nico Hardman on the return. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start.
Take over 1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line.
On 1st down, it's Love. To the left side, he finds Pratt. That keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. From the 35, here's 2nd and 2. From the gun, here comes Jacobs. And some good running there. That's a 1st down up to the 43.
Down at the 43-yard line. A gain of 7. 1st down, Green Bay.
Once again, it's Jacobs. And he'll get about 6 there. Sitting up 2nd down.
He's brought down at his 49-yard line. A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4.
On play action, Love. That's to the left side and taken in by Golden. The tackle is going to be made down at the 40-yard line. He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier, and that catch gets ahead with Jacobs. Not much there, maybe a yard.
He's brought down at the 39-yard line.
Here now, 2nd and 9 from the 39-yard line.
2nd and 9.
Out of the shotgun, it's Love. That's Dobbs, open left side. And he'll get only a yard before he's out of bounds, and that's going to set up a 3rd down. So, points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. Let's go. Ready? From the gun, it's Love. To the left side, in the hands of Watson. They get 15 on that game. Good for a Green Bay 1st down. Gain of 15.
You get in these situations, 3rd down, tie game, 4th quarter. I mean, this is really where your quarterback makes his money. You're going to put your faith and say, all right, what is the best play for this offense to execute? And the game really rests in the hands of your quarterback. And he continues to come up with these 3rd down pickups and continues to extend this drive. He's got a shot to come away the hero and win this game here late.
Ready. On 2nd down, Love. I had a defender draped all over him. Incomplete. Good work to body him up and set up a 3rd down.
3rd down. And 5 yards to go.
Love. That one taken in. Matthew Golden. Touchdown, Packers. 2 touchdowns for him now in the afternoon. McManus on for the point out. He knocks it through. And the Packers will move out to a 14-7 lead. So the lead is 7 now. Here in this 4th quarter, the tie has been broken. Let's see what happens on this kickoff. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback.
35-yard line.
Goff going to throw here on 1st and 10. That's a short one caught by Laporta. And they'll get about half of what they needed to pick up a 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. on play action. Goff. The pressure, too much, and he goes down. Big play coming up. This is third down. Out of the shotgun, it's Goff. Quick slap taken in by Almiroz. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the first down marker. Well covered on the sideline, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Nate Hobbs.
So all game, we've seen him take the approach as just being a game manager. But one thing you have to do if that's the case is you have to protect the ball. You can't turn the ball over, especially if you're struggling to push the ball downfield. You got a little reckless that time, and the defense made him pay.
From the 44-yard line, here's 2nd and 8. Here's Love to throw. That's going to be incomplete. Coverage very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force third down.
And 8 yards to go.
Here's Love. Right side. Catch made by Dobbs. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up 4th down. So 2 minutes left to play in the second half. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. On 4th down, Love. Flushed to his left. He manages to get the throw away and completes it. And he will score. Tucker Kraft. Touchdown, Green Bay.
And that should all but put this one away, Mike. And we've had some big plays throughout this game, but none bigger than that.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the beautiful city of Seattle. We welcome you inside Lumen Field, the home of the Seahawks. Coming up, we've got a good one in store. It's the Las Vegas Raiders and the Seattle Seahawks.
The kickoff for the Raiders.
The kicker, Daniel Carlson, has this one teed up. And off we go from Lumen Field. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. They'll go play action with Darnold. He'll be hit as he throws, and that one will wind up incomplete. Could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up second down.
5-yard line.
Operating from the gun, it's Darnold. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield. A gain there of 15. It's good for a Seahawks first down.
First First and 10 at the 49-yard line.
Off the bootleg. Here's Darnold. Complete to the forward Buckeye, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. And he's out of bounds all the way inside the 15-yard line.
It's a gain of 35.
On the move at the 14-yard line, it's first and 10.
First and 10 at the 14-yard line.
Get that one to Charbonnet, complete. And he'll get about 8 on that one. Most of it coming after the catch. It's second down.
Brings up second.
Great example of first down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play, but put yourself in a friendly second down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
Here's second and 2. The first carry for the Spartans, Kenneth Walker. And nothing developed there. He'll get back to the 5, and that's all. This opening drive has been a good one, but will it continue? Here's a test on third down. We'll try and run it with Walker. And this time, he's in. Kenneth Walker. Touchdown, Seahawks. Jason Myers on to attempt the extra point. It's up and good. And the Seahawks will take a 7-0 lead.
Jason Myers to kick off.
After the TD, Myers comes on now to kick it away. On the return is Dylan Loudly. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line.
At their own 29-yard line.
On the ground, here comes Ashton Genty. And this play going nowhere. He is taken down behind the line of scrimmage on their first play of the game.
Brings up second down. At the
Throwing on
27.
second down, Smith. That's caught. It's the tight end, Brock Bowers. And he's got about 5 on this one before he's out of bounds. And they're set up a little bit better for third down. Working out of the gun, Smith. He's got his man, right side. It's complete. And he's going to have the first down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on third down.
Vegas first down.
Man in motion here is Tucker. On first and 10, it's Genty. And he will not be able to turn upfield. They'll drop him behind the line. So they go backwards on first down. Here's second and 13. From the gun, it's Gino. Short throw, that's pulled in by Mayer. And it'll be taken down after a gain of 9 and third down. Coming up. Man in motion here is Tucker. From the shotgun, Smith. And that is incomplete. Trey Tucker, the intended receiver. And now it's fourth down. They'll go. Smith. That is incomplete. Oh, they elected to throw on fourth and short. It does not work out. They turn it over on down. 3 tight ends in the game to start the drive. On first and 10, here comes Walker. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
It's a gain of 14 yards. That's good for the Seahawks.
Once again, it's Walker. And he's going to be brought down. And with that tackle, we hit the end of the first quarter of play. Seahawks football beginning this second quarter. They've got a second and 8 coming up. Open man, that's Marquez Valdez-Scantling. 21 is the line to gain as we hit third down. Inside the 10, it is caught. And he is out of bounds. That is a gain of 20. What a chance now. First and goal coming up. Here's Walker. And he will get into the end zone. Kenneth Walker. Touchdown Seahawks. His second touchdown of this first half. Myers. Good on the extra point. And the Seahawks move out on top. 14-0. After the TD, Myers comes on now to kick it away. Lobby now to return it. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. Off the play fake. It's Smith. That's left side to Tucker. And good yardage there after the catch. They'll wind up with a gain of 7 on first down. So, from 37, here's second and 3. Open man downfield. He's got his tight end, Bowers. And they're going to work this down inside the 45. They'll come up here, first and 10. From the shotgun, it's Smith. Out of the backfield, it's Ashton Genty. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Ball on the 40 now. Here's second and 6. Here's Smith. He gets this one to Tucker. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9. In motion, Besh. A first down throw for Smith. Oh, he doesn't put it away, and the ball's out. And the Seahawks have come up with the recovery.
Mike, we hear that term run after catch so often, and sometimes people miss that there's kind of a middle phase. There's the catch, but before it turns into a run, you have to secure the ball as a ball carrier, right? It needs to be put away. Properly held, points of pressure, front tip.
A throw out wide. That is dropped. That could be a live football. And the Raiders have come up with it. He was looking for Kenneth Walker out of the backfield. Well, a chance to get right back in it here. First down and goal. Here's Mostert. This defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple. Here now, second down and goal. In motion, Besh. A second down throw for Smith. And unable to connect there. It's incomplete.
Goes without saying, Mike, you have to be smart with the ball, especially down here in the red zone. You're already in scoring position. I understand they're trying to come away with a touchdown, but at the very least, come away with 3. Worst case scenario is you turn the ball over and you come away with nothing.
That's going to be intercepted in the end zone. Picked off by Kobe Bryant.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's position. Being able to get himself to a spot to get his hands on the ball and a chance at that pick. That ball was thrown. Me and you are sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
The drive begins at the 20. Here's first and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Darnold. Oh, they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Here's a second and 6.
Second and 6 at the 24-yard line.
Look wide, get this one complete, and they'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down.
Seahawks. First down. First and 10 at the 30-yard line.
Off the play fake, it's Darnold. This ball batted away. That's incomplete. Cooper Kupp was the intended receiver.
It's now second
And
and
that
10
will lead to a
at the
second
30-yard
down.
line.
Timeout Seahawks. That is their second. And they'll get together prior to this second down play. Darnold to the air once more. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line. Now Seattle will use the final timeout. A couple of first downs already on this drive, and they'll go first down from the 43. Here's Darnold again. The pressure gets there, and down he goes.
The offense goes from feeling really good about the previous play with a real nice pickup to then on the ensuing play ending up going the complete opposite direction. Really nice job here by the defense immediately getting back on track. And what did the coaches say? Just play the next play. That's exactly what they did.
It is third and long. From the shotgun, here's Darnold. Open man, right side. He's got it. That's catch 3 just on this drop. And it gets his team a first down. Darnold. It'll be Smith and Jigba bringing it in. And it'll be taken down at the 25-yard line. 19 more on that one. And another first down.
First and 10 at the 25-yard line.
He'll get up and clock it here, and they're set up to possibly get 3 before the break. So they send out Jason Myers for this field goal. This will be from 42 yards out. And he missed it. It's no good. We have hit halftime. We'll take a quick break, come back, second half of action. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports.
Jason Myers to kick off for Seattle.
Third quarter set to commence. And we're back underway here on EA Sports. A good return as he takes it across the 30.
Take over first and 10 at their own 31-yard line.
On first and 10, here's Smith. That's a short one, caught by Bowers. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up second and 5.
Brings up second and 5 at the 36-yard line.
Now, Gino. We'll go right back to Bowers. He's got it again. And he's going to be taken down right at midfield. Set to go now on first and 10. Run out of the gun for Gentry. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. First and 10 now from the 36.
A gain of 13 yards.
Working out of the gun, Smith. Oh, he couldn't set his feet, but he completes it anyway. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. From 29, here's second and 3. Now Gentry. And he'll work his way for about 4 yards. And that's good enough for a first down.
A gain of 4 yards. And the Las Vegas first down.
From the gun, it's Gino. That's caught by Bowers. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
It's a gain of 7.
Here's a second and 3 forthcoming. Man in motion here is Tucker. On second down, Smith. Working his way out left. Oh, looking end zone, but it is out of the reach of the receiver and incomplete. He'll come up to 3rd and 3. From the shotgun, Smith. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
I just don't like the look of this passing game. Like, it just seems a bit erratic. On top of the 2 straight incompletions, they've already turned the ball over through the air. Truthfully, with how dangerous some of these throws have been, they're lucky it hasn't been even more.
In motion is Myers. On 4th down, here's Smith. That's taken in. And they're in business now. He is out of bounds inside the 10. It's a gain of 10 as they get the conversion on 4th down. This drive has been methodical, but will they turn it into 6 points? It is 1st and goal. That one broken up in the end zone. It's incomplete. Coverage excellent there. It'll bring up 2nd and goal. In motion is Myers. Throwing on 2nd down. Smith. He pulls it in around the 5. And he'll take it on in. Jacoby Myers. Touchdown, Las Vegas. Daniel Carlson on to attempt the extra point. The kick is good. And the Raiders are on the board. It's now 14-7. Here's Carlson now. He'll kick this one off following the touchdown on the other end. Here's Steven Sims to return it. And they will finally get him down, but he gets all the way close to the 40-yard line.
Take over 1st and 10 at their own 39-yard line.
From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. On play action, here's Darnold. He's going to keep it himself. And he'll be out of bounds. That's a nice gain, though, on 1st down. A pickup of 7. From the 46, here's 2nd and 2.
46-yard line.
Shotgun run now with Walker. Fighting to get back to the line of scrimmage, but can't get there. Dropped for the loss of a yard.
2nd and 2. You're thinking, I got 2 downs to get 2 yards. How hard can that be? Well, against this defense, it turns out to be a big challenge. They take you back for a loss at 2. Now you find yourself on 3rd down.
Get that one to Charbonnet, complete. And the defense can't love the stop there. Gain of 7 and a 1st down.
The Seahawks 1st down.
Off the bootleg, here's Darnold. Escaping the danger, throwing and completing. So, 3 quarters now in the books. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Walker now gets us going here in the 4th quarter. This time they're ready for it. Room to run the last snap, not this one. They stop him for no gain.
At the Raiders' 27-yard line.
Now Darnold. Up brings it in left side. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. 10 yards for number 10 on that one, and it's 1st and 10.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the 4th quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super conservative. Just handoff right, handoff left, and it just turns into tackling practice. So I like the balance of making the defense defend everything, because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out.
Keep it on the ground and keep it walking. And he's into the end zone yet again. Kenneth Walker. Touchdown, Seahawks. That is his third touchdown of the afternoon. Everything you want to do right there, Greg, in the fourth quarter. Get the ball with the lead and extend it to a two-score advantage.
Yeah, I think this just might end up being too much to overcome. You said it. Once you get a two-score lead this late in the fourth quarter, there's just not enough possessions to be had to claw yourself out in it.
And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. Smith to throw on 1st and 10. He'll push this one downfield for Bowers. And he can hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up 2nd down. From the shotgun, it's Smith. That's caught left side by Bowers. He'll get about 6 before he's taken down. 3rd down. 3 to go. Gino to throw. Throw to the sideline. Well done. Good job with the feet. Stays in bounds. It looks like, and yes, they do, have the 1st down. Here's Gino. They'll try to set up the screen to Genty. Down the left sideline. And he's going to be out of bounds down near the 25. On 1st down is Smith. That one down the field, but it is incomplete. We'll try again here. 2nd and 10. In motion, Besh. Now a 2nd down throw for Smith. A whole lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete. So after 2 straight incompletions, here's 3rd and 10. This one just too far for the receiver. Out in front of him. That one falls incomplete. Trying to get it to his tight end, Brock Bowers. And that's going to lead to a 4th down. Gino going to throw for it. Wide open. There is Bowers. Looking for the pylon, but the official right there is going to mark him out of bounds at the 1-yard line. From the 1-yard line, 1st down and goal. Here's Smith. He's got it at the 3. And he will score. Game on. Ashton Genty. Touchdown, Raiders. Greg, they are pecking away at this one now. Very big touchdown. Gets them right within reach of pulling this comeback off.
Well, Mike, at the very least, they've given themselves a chance, but can they get a stop and get the ball back again for a chance to go down and really make this one interesting? Mind the play call. But something you have to keep in mind, Mike, is when you decide to pass this close to the goal line, all of the space is the width of the field. There's not a lot of depth to the field. So that's why the timing, the anticipation, the accuracy of the quarterback, it all has to be on point. It wasn't on that last play, and that's why it ultimately failed.
The kickoff unit is out there, and they'll send this one away.
This is tough. You're trying to give your guys a chance and time it just right, but you have to hit it hard enough. This time, it doesn't go 10 yards. Not going to work out.
Handoff, running left is Walker. And they bring him down inside of the 25-yard line.
15 yards on the play. That's good for a Seahawks.
2 minutes remain in the fourth quarter.
1st and 10.
We'll come back and finish this one off after this. They'll drop to throw. And he'll just get rid of this. Smart play to throw it away, and that'll set up second down. First run of the game here with Zach Charbonnet. And no place to go. He's hit and taken down behind the line. Now timeout Vegas. That is their second. Talk things over before third down. Straight ahead, it's Walker. And that's not going to work at all. He'll manage to get back to the line. That is all. It is fourth down.
No gain on the play. It's fourth down.
Operating from the gun, it's Darnold. That is caught at the 3. To the goal line and in. Cooper. Touchdown, Seattle. Now the point after try from Myers. He's got it. And the Seahawks will open it up even further here in this fourth quarter. After the TD, Myers comes on now to kick it away. Bobby now to return it. He'll get this past the 20 before he...
Nigga, your favorite quarterback.
But not far from where the Steelers' former homes at Three Rivers Stadium, Forbes Field once stood, we are at Pittsburgh's Acrisure Stadium. Coming up, we've got what should prove to be a good one, as it'll be the LA Chargers taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now the kicker, that's Cameron Dicker, set to get us started. And with the terrible towels waving wildly, we are underway from Pittsburgh. And his guys will get the football right at the 20-yard line.
The Steelers take over first and 10 at their own 20-yard line.
Let's start on the ground here on first down. And he's brought down, getting this one up to about the 35. That's a start they can live with. 15 yards on their first play from scrimmage. Well, there you go. This offense off to a strong start this afternoon.
Yeah, with a big run and a first down. That's putting what you practice into play. That's excellent execution to get things started.
Now Rodgers. And it's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And getting this just shy of midfield, is spotted at the 49. It's a Pittsburgh first down, a gain of 13.
Another Steelers first down. First and 10 at the 49-yard line.
Now run straight ahead with Warren. Still going inside the 20. And into the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Jalen Warren, 51 yards. And the Steelers need just 3 plays to go down and take the early lead. Boswell good with the extra point. And it's now a 7-0 game. Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. going to lead up the Chargers here, 1st and 10 at their own 27. A handoff to Harris to begin the drive. Shedding the tackle, and it gives him some room. And he's going to be ridden out of bounds down inside the 25. A big play there for L.A. 49 yards. First down, and they go back to Harris. And brought down, but not before they get it inside the 10 to the 7. First and goal, and a chance to get that initial touchdown right back. They stay on the ground. Again, it's Harris. There's a nice move. And he fights his way in for a Charger touchdown. Najee Harris taking it in from 7 yards away. And the Chargers are able to strike back quickly with an opening touchdown of their own. Extra point up and good by Dicker. And we are tied at 7. Each team's had it. Each team has scored. 7-7 here as the kick's away. This is going to be returned from the middle of the end zone. And the decision to bring it out, kind of a costly one, as he won't make it back to the 20.
First and 10 at their own 18-yard line.
The Pittsburgh offense at the line to start their next drive. Well, certainly they'd rather have the scenario they had last time out, Charles. Remember, they had the short field. They took it in the end zone. Now this is going to have to be a longer, more sustained drive if they want to get points.
Yeah, a little bit more of a quick strike opportunity last time by where they were on the field, and you're exactly right about that. But now, backed up a little bit. What's that old expression we love to use? Time to matriculate the ball down the field and try and do it again.
Throwing now is Rodgers. Chargers able to get the pressure and bring him down. A tough spot here. 3rd and 15.
Brings up 3rd down.
Now it's Rodgers. That's to the veteran. It's Robert Woods. And this effort won't be enough as they rally up to stop him a couple of yards short.
It's 4th down.
They'll go for it. It's Rodgers. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage.
Gain on the play. That's good for us Steelers. First down.
On the give, it's Warren. And they bring him to the ground just shy of midfield. 87 yards rushing for him as he's got the afternoon off to a great start.
That's another Steelers first down.
They toss it to Warren. And this time they were ready for him as they stop him right at the line of scrimmage. Ball right on the 50-yard line. Here's 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd down at the 50-yard line.
From midfield, here's Rodgers. And that one going to come up short. Low throw.
I didn't like the look of that play right from the beginning. I thought he should have seen the coverage that was there. Tried to force it in. That one, he's fortunate, just fell incomplete.
From the gun on 3rd down, Rodgers. And Rodgers is going to go down. He's sacked.
A loss of 7. It's 4th down.
7-7, our score after 1. Second quarter action from Pittsburgh. It is the Steelers in control of the football as they've got it with a 4th down coming up. They do go for it. It's Rodgers. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. A surprising move to go for it, and predictably, at least somewhat predictably, it doesn't pay off. And the Chargers will get the football back in excellent field position. Now a first down carry for Harris. He'll get this down to the 38. Here's a 2nd and 5.
A gain of 4 brings up 2nd down.
And here's another carry for Harris. And this defense not ready for that one as he'll take this down inside the 25. Now a give, running left is Harris. And not able to break away this time as they're going to stop and run around the line of scrimmage.
Calling no gain on the play, and it'll be 2nd down.
At the Steelers' 23-yard line.
They'll try the air now with Herbert. He gets this to Hampton. And they're going to have themselves another 1st down as the tackle's made at the Steelers' 13-yard line.
It's a gain of 10. 1st down, Los Angeles.
Harris running straight ahead. And he's going to be met at the line of scrimmage and taken down. So after the loss of a yard, they'll look to push forward here on 2nd down and 11. Here's Herbert. A hit as he throws there, incomplete.
From the snap, he certainly looked like he knew where he wanted to go with the ball, but surprise, that guy was covered. So that took his attention elsewhere to no avail.
Justin Herbert looking to pass. Trying to set up the screen, and it's intercepted. And a super return as he gets us all the way down inside the 25-yard line.
And that felt like a little extra pressure on that 3rd down attempt, and their mistake cost them points because they're inside the red zone. So you know you've got at least a field goal waiting for you. And in this case, they end up with nothing.
And he stopped immediately there. It's a loss of a yard there, and it's 2nd down.
A loss of a yard brings up 2nd down at the 23-yard line.
Rodgers now to throw. He'll try and set up the screen. It's complete. And he'll get him inside the 15 down to the 14-yard line. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. We've hit the 2-minute mark of the 1st half. All knotted up at 7. A yard, all they need, but it's 3rd down. Now a play fake. Rodgers. And he's going to go down. Sacked right around the 17. The offense going to stay out there. They've converted once, failed once. What can they do here on 4th down? Now the Steelers use the first of their 3 timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside. Boswell's kick is good. And they take the lead here now at 10-7. So the interception set him up with terrific field position, but 3 points, the end result.
Yeah, we can make this one pretty simple, partner. You always want to end drives with points, but that's one that you're going to look back on and probably say, we should have done better there.
And they're going to start this drive in pretty good shape as they get it up past the 30. The Charger drive about to get going. In a close game like this, Charles, those interceptions like they had on the last drive could be costly, but here they've got another opportunity to seize control of this game.
And they better take advantage of it because otherwise, if they end up losing by 1 score, they'll relive this over and over and over until they have another opportunity to wipe it away.
Now Herbert with it, looking to pass. Open man right side, that's McConkey. So give him 2 yards there on the completion. And that'll bring us to a 3rd and 4. Back to throw here, Herbert. On the move to his left. And he can't find anywhere to go with it. And it goes down. Alex Highsmith making a nice play and getting the sack.
I know nowadays they give a lot of guys different things when they get to the sidelines after creating a big play, but just throw a cape on this guy because he single-handedly ended multiple drives. Interception earlier, sack on 3rd down. Really should have a better game plan installed for how to contain him because he's affecting this game in so many ways.
Throw left side is complete on the diving effort. A curious decision to go for it, but it pays off with a first down. And now before this first down play, we're going to get a timeout here, as the clock will stop with 35 seconds to go in quarter number 2. Herbert steps away to his left. And he takes this one down almost all the way to the 30. Now the Chargers will use the second of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside. From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10.
Home the troops right.
Herbert now. Over the middle, and it's caught. Keenan Allen. And he's going to get this down near the 20-yard line. Chargers going to use their 3rd and final timeout, as it comes with 22 seconds to go here in half number 1. Now it's Herbert. And that will be incomplete with a clock showing 18 seconds now to go.
Well, that was all about the defender making life difficult for the receiver. Very tough for a guy to hold on to the football through all that contact. He ends up forcing the incompletion.
Here's Herbert. Forced out to his left. That's going to be caught. And all the way to the 2-yard line there before crossing over out of bounds. So it's 1st and goal, and a great opportunity to get that lead back before the break. A shotgun snap for Herbert. Touchdown! Omari and Hampton in the final seconds of the first half. And the Chargers have taken the lead here in the final stages of this first half. The PAT up and good, but hold on a second. There is a flag. Uh-oh, flag comes out here. This is going to be roughing the kicker.
When you're going back there on the kick block, you've got to go to the right point. That didn't happen. Ran into the kicker. The penalty flag had to come out.
And that is over the back line of the end zone. It's a touchback, and they'll bring this out to the 30. Likely time for one final snap as they start out 1st and 10. Here's Rodgers. Well, this is taken in. It's complete. And we're going to get a timeout with 2 seconds remaining in the second quarter. And you see the clock almost empty, so this is likely the last play in the second quarter. A final shot before half for Rodgers. Well, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. Picked up by Elijah Molden. And he will be brought down on what will be the final play of this first half. That's it for the first half. 2 more quarters to go. We'll have plenty more to see after the break. So the Chargers will start the second half with the lead and the football as we're underway in the third quarter. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The Charger drive about to get going. And they've got the lead, CD. What do you expect from them in the second half?
Well, I like what they were able to do on the ground in the first half because they had a lot of success running the ball, and I certainly think we'll see more of that. But keep an eye on that defense, and I think their coaches up in the box will do the exact same thing. If they start to see 1 or 2 guys start to creep towards the line of scrimmage, that'll ought to be licensed to take some shots downfield.
They'll send the tight end in motion. From the shotgun, here's Herbert. And incomplete on the deep ball.
That has not been the best game for him, but he definitely tried to get by with a little help from his friend there, trying to create a big play.
Couldn't do it, fell incomplete. But you're right, hasn't been a banner game here in the second half, just trying to get going.
Big thing is trying to keep confidence up and continue to fire.
And they're going to have themselves another first down as the tackle's made at the Steelers' 42. On the ground, this is Amari and Hampton. And nothing much materializing there in the first down run. We'll get a couple, and that's it. They'll come up 2nd and 7. Looking to throw. Herbert. This one finds McConkey. Just his second catch of the game so far. This one moves the chains. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10.
First down.
Out of the gun, Herbert. Pass hauled in by Johnston. And they'll get this one to about the 20-yard line. The Chargers passing game rolling a bit here. They've got another first.
And the Chargers first down.
A run with Harris out of the shotgun. Linebacker Patrick Queen bringing him down.
Well, praise has to go to the guys in the offensive line because they've had a very nice, productive day running the football. How about that poor defensive line? They've been knocked around the entire game, and while they slowed them down on that run, can they continue to do so? Because they haven't had much success throughout this ball game.
So give them 5 yards there on the pitch and catch. And 3rd and 1 now. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down. And they'll send the tight end in motion here. Trying to pick it up on the ground with Harris. And the Chargers are going to have a 1st and goal coming up as they find a way to convert there on 3rd and 1.
Looks to me like maybe there's a little attrition setting in with this drive. Because when you see that type of a run, I get the feeling the defense gets a little bit tired.
And that's the last thing they need, especially when they look up at the scoreboard. Quick throw there is incomplete.
I think he's got to be careful not to force anything into coverage right there. There weren't really any throwing lanes. But the best part for him, he's got 2nd and 3rd down to fall back on.
This is caught. Only 3 yards there on the completion. That'll lead to a 3rd and goal. Back to throw. Herbert to the end zone, but it's incomplete. So it's been a long drive. They've held the ball for quite a while. Now what do you do here?
Well, to me, at this stage, after this drive, this close to the goal line, 3 points would be a letdown. I'm going for it here.
The offense is staying out there. Here we go on 4th and goal from the 1. They snap it to Herbert. Open man, it's Johnston. Touchdown, Chargers. A 1-yard touchdown pass. And the Chargers take the chance on 4th and goal, and it pays off with 6. Extra point up and good by Dicker. And that makes it a 21-10 game. Now after the Dicker field goal, he's back out ready to send it away. And they will not get a chance to return this one. It's through the back of the end zone for a touchback.
Their own 35-yard line.
And this should be the final play before the quarter ends.
26.
On play action, it's Rodgers. They'll get this complete to Calvin Austin. And he will be taken down. A big pickup there on what's going to be the final play of the 3rd quarter. And that is going to do it for this 3rd quarter of action. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Back now in Pittsburgh. It's the Steelers with the football, but trailing here as we get going in quarter number 4. They fake the give. Now Rodgers. Escaping the pressure. Oh, he tries to give it to Metcalf, but it's intercepted. And a great return here gets us all the way down to the 26-yard line.
Well, I get what he was trying to do. He was moving to his right and trying to shift the coverage, but instead he shifted the coverage also to the right and threw right into it for an interception.
He finds his target, Allen, and he takes it in for a Charger touchdown.
All right, no table is safe outside of Highmark Stadium because this crowd is loud and this crowd is ready for a ball game. We're just outside of Buffalo in Orchard Park, New York. Today, a good one in store here between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills. Set to go is the kicker, Harrison Butker. And off we go from Highmark Stadium. Brandon Condrington to return it. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Cook trying this one up the gut. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play.
I'm going to guess at some point, whether it's in the huddle or over there on the bench on the sidelines after this drive, QB's going to go apologize to that running back. He just ran him into one heck of a negative play.
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Allen to throw. He's got this complete to James Cook. This is a nice game. Nearly moves those chains. He's got it up to the 36.
Year after year, the best offenses are multifaceted. It's not just the receivers or the tight ends that can make plays through the air. When you get running backs that can attack the middle of the field like that, man, is it difficult on the defense.
Straight ahead, here's Cook. And that short gain is enough for a new set of down. First down, ball at the 36.
That's good for the Bills. First down. 1st and 10 at the
Play action now with Allen. Bails out of the pocket quick. Thrown on the run, deep down that left side. And that's incomplete. Wanted to dial up the aggressiveness there like that, but couldn't connect. Second down. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. It isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. Dose of the hurry-up offense here.
A 7-yard loss brings up third down.
Third and long for him here. Got his man. Shakir has it. And he's going to set them up with a first down on a huge gain.
22 yards. And the Bills first down.
From the shotgun, it's Allen. Escapes the pocket. He's running with it. He's first down bounds after picking up about 7.
Well, you don't get the first down, but I'll tell you this, Kate, that drives the defense and the defensive coordinator nuts. They do everything right. They win, and yet still QB makes something out of nothing.
Taking off with it again. And he takes it inside the 35 before heading out. Call it 7 yards on the play, and that's enough for the first down.
That's another Buffalo Bills. First and 10 at the 34-yard line.
Working from the gun, it's Allen. Flushed out of the pocket. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And they have this well into the red zone now at the 15. All right, set now, first and 10.
Another Bills. First down. First and 10 at the 15-yard line.
From the red zone now. Buys time, rolling right. Drops it off to Cook. And they bring him down at the 7-yard line.
I call this quarterback's best friend. Some call it a safety valve, some call it automatic, but it's sure nice as a quarterback when you got a trusty running back over the middle of the field that you can depend on.
Now it's Cook. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Another one for Cook. And they're going to have first and goal when we begin our second quarter. All right, still scoreless through one quarter, but that looks like it's going to change pretty soon. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the second. We'll return to Highmark Stadium in just a moment. About to begin the second here, the Bills definitely thinking points. On the sneak, it's Allen. And he runs it across. Touchdown! The Bills get the game's first points here in the second. Josh Allen, the touchdown. He finds his way in on the sneak. That one right down the middle. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. Pass now to kick this away. Here's Smith on the return. He's brought down at what looks like the 24-yard line.
The Chiefs take over first and 10 at their own 24-yard line.
Chiefs coming up to the line here. It's first and 10. Mahomes starting off with a throw. He's another quick hitter. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it stopped.
It's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and it creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
Now it's the first carry for Isaiah Pacheco. They stopped him just in time. He got back to the line, but denied the yard they needed. Third down coming up.
A loss of a yard on the play. And it's
Mahomes to throw on 3rd and 1. Into a crowd, and the defender comes up with it. Picked out by Terrell Bernard. Third down from this distance, Brock. That is a spot you expect your offense to convert, but you also expect your defense to make the stop. This time, the defense won out with a nice interception.
Yeah, in that scenario, it's really like an outfielder in baseball, Kate, right? If you're going to go for it, as a defender, if you're going to just pull the trigger and you're going to go for it, you better make it happen, and you better get that pick. Otherwise, you're giving up a first down conversion. He gets the pick, and those defensive coaches in that defense celebrating on the sidelines.
All right, here we go. Second down.
At the Chiefs' 32-yard line.
Allen setting up to throw. Here's a screen for Cook. And good tackle, but a flag is down, likely against the defense. Just a momentary loss of focus, a break in discipline, and not a good moment individually as he gets hit with that personal foul. They'll run here following the penalty. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle.
Hey, not a bad play by any means, but there's room for more, and they know it.
Pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the Chiefs' 24-yard line.
This option play now on 2nd down. Oh, Allen loses it. And the Chiefs look like they have it.
Man, that run was looking so good for him, but you'll see QBs don't always tuck it away like running backs do. That was loose, ball away from his body in a prime position to be knocked free. That's exactly what happens once that defender catches him downfield.
That's complete. Isaiah Pacheco. Running down the left side to the 25. And he's going to score. Touchdown, Kansas City. The Chiefs can tie it up in the second after cutting into the lead. It's an Isaiah Pacheco touchdown. Well, that right there, Brock, is saving all of your guys a whole lot of work. I see 10 dudes breathing easy out there, and only one of them out of breath, and he's the one holding that football in the end zone.
Are you sure about that? Because you know what I love about these moments? I love especially going back and watching on tape and watching the big guys. Watching all those O-linemen. Certainly some are going to walk, some are going to wave, but eventually some will make their way 90 yards downfield to celebrate that one as well. Because you're right, it was one heck of a show.
Harrison Butker to kick off for Kansas City.
Now after tying this game up, they're all set to send her away. Return starts at the 3. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down.
At their own 28-yard line.
All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. Allen looking to throw. Downfield, and Shakir has it. He's touchdown after a nice pickup there to get the first.
19 yards. That's good for a Bills first down. 1st and 10 at the 47-yard line.
Play action now. Allen. He rolls to his right. Couldn't find a completion on 1st down. James Cook the intended target. And now it's 2nd down.
Fairly safe to say as that one falls incomplete this first half so far, well, it's not met the standard they set for themselves.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Back to the air. Allen. Short pass brought in. And he'll take it past the midfield stripe and start to push into Chiefs territory. Bills moving quickly now. They're in the hurry up.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
Shotgun handoff now to Cook. And he's going to be blocked down after reaching the 43. The Bills are going to go ahead and call their first time out. Let's see how they attack this 1st down, Brock, from the 43.
1st and 10 at the 43-yard line.
Now Allen escapes the pocket. No one open, so he chucks this to another county.
Look at the coverage on that play, Kate. I love that. That is textbook defense right there. When the quarterback escapes the pocket, Man, you got to find somebody. You got to go get sticky on your offensive guy. It's exactly what the secondary did, and it forces the throwaway.
Second and 10 now. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he's able to get this down to the 36. The Buffalo's going to call it second timeout. And they'll take a moment to ponder what the call is going to be on third down. Back to throw now, Allen. That's more of a catch out left. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Bills moving quickly now. They're in the hurry up. First and 10. Here's Allen. It's his running back. He'll muster a little down to the 30. Jaden Hicks there on the tackle. Now the Bills use their third and final timeout, as they'll meet and decide what to do on this second down. Now the shotgun give to Cook. And they get to him a good ways downfield from that line of scrimmage. Bills moving quickly now. They're in the hurry up.
That's good for Bills.
First down, and they go right back to it. And this one's stopped at the 3-yard line. Moving quickly, trying to get set again.
That's another Bills. First down.
Cook. Just 1 yard on the run. Still in good shape, though, with second and goal from the 2. Bills moving quickly now. They're in the hurry up.
Gain of a yard.
Now Allen going to the air. And the ground game works for the touchdown. The Bills get some late points and the lead. Josh Allen, the touchdown. Bass gets the extra point to go. And the Bills break that tie and now lead by 7. Bass now to kick this away. Here's Smith on the return. And in the end, he's able to get it to about the 25-yard line before he's hauled down. A little less than 30 seconds to go as they begin this drive.
Yellow.
First and 10, it's Mahomes. A throw left side, caught by Brown. And he's going to be brought down at the 28-yard line. The Chiefs signal for a timeout. That's going to be their first. Second down now, 7 to go. From the 28. Good strike downfield to Kelsey. And he's got them fight the game here, partner, as he finally is brought to a stop. Timeout taken by Kansas City. It's second.
First down, Chiefs.
Throwing on first down, Mahomes. And this won't be caught. Clock is going to stop. We've got 14 seconds to go.
Defender's not going to be thrilled the catch was almost made on his watch, but more importantly, he breaks it up. Gives him a chance to do a little jawing after the play. Lets the other guy know he roughed him up. It cost him that catch.
He lets one fly deep downfield. And that's going to fall incomplete. We're down to 9 seconds left.
You know, I say this all the time. You get down there to the red zone, and things happen so fast. Those windows close in a hurry. The quarterback's fortunate that was one hand and not two hands that got on the football.
That's caught in stride by Rice. Great job rallying to the football. They get him down right at the marker. Fourth down. They get the timeout called. We've got 5 seconds remaining in the half.
A 54-yard attempt.
That's going to catch the crossbar and be sent backwards. No good. So we're through 2 quarters now. Still a half of football to be played. We'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Pass now to kick this away. That's going to be taken in at the 8. And he manages the 35 before they can stop him.
Well, that's exactly the way you want to come out of the locker room to begin the second half. And really, Kate, this third phase of the game, the special teams, you just see the boost and the energy they can give to their team when they deliver a nice return to start this second half.
All right, the Chiefs in good field position here as they start out 1st and 10. Running back, motioning right. Mahomes on 1st and 10. He finds Pacheco out of the backfield. And he's tackled for no gain. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. From the gun, it's Mahomes. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes him back. 3rd down coming up.
That is not the way they needed to come out of the locker room here to begin the second half. Trailing, got to play with a sense of urgency. Got to protect your quarterback. And they didn't either.
So not an enviable spot here as they come up on 3rd and very long. Out of the gun, it's Mahomes. Completed over the middle. It's an excellent look on this play. It takes him a while to get to him downfield.
You know, Kay, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
Finding Brown back-to-back plays. And this is going to go as a gain of about 3 before he's met and escorted out. 2nd and 6 coming up here. From the 39. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes him back. 3rd down coming up.
You know those elite zone defenses in basketball, Kate, it just feels like they're everywhere, clogging up every passing lane. This quarterback, well, he felt the same thing when he dropped back, nowhere to go but for a sack.
Another drop. The last 2 plays both should have been intercepted, but neither could be brought in. However, Brock, they do at least force this 4th down. And that offense isn't budging. They're going for it. Looking to throw. He can't get away. They get the sack and force a turnover on down.
Well, this one never had a chance. Between the pressure right there in his face and the coverage downfield, quarterback still should have at least thrown it up there and given somebody an opportunity to make a play.
And they blow up the opening play of this drive. Love the aggressiveness from this defense.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
From the shotgun, it's Allen. Throwing quickly, but it's incomplete. No luck finding his receiver that time. So now it's going to be 3rd and long.
Brings up 3rd down and 11.
319, 56.
Operating from the gun, it's Allen. Complete beyond the marker. And he's going to be taken down, but plenty of damage already done.
You know, they call the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd down. It's a money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
This is going to make it down to the 6. That's going to set him up with 1st and goal.
17 more yards. That's another Bills 1st down.
Going right back to Davis. And he only manages one. Couple of defenders there to bring him down.
Guessing everybody in the huddle on the sidelines sure wanted a little bit more from that run, but you didn't go backwards. Still in a great spot and can't wait to see what they do here on 2nd and goal.
It's a design move. On the move, hit it right. And he scores. It's a Buffalo touchdown. The Bills push their lead further to start the half. Josh Allen, the touchdown. His 3rd of the game on the ground. And he pulls it. It's no good. Kick goes too far to the left. Point after left on the table. So after the missed extra point, he's still out there, and he's going to put it back in play. Return coming from the 14. And he gets gets across the 30 before he's brought down.
The Chiefs take over first and 10 at their own 32-yard line.
It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. Play action, Mahomes. And downfield, he's got it. It's worthy. And he'll have it down to the 44-yard line. So we hit the end of the third quarter. It's the Chiefs in possession to start. They trail, but that lead is reachable. One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. On first and 10, here's Mahomes. He finds Brown right side. And he works this to the 38 before going down. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Operating from the gun, here's Mahomes. They're on it, that's intercepted. Christian Benford has it. To get the return right up to about the midfield stripe before he goes out of bounds. All right, excellent field position for the Bills as they set up first and 10. Design bootleg here. Buying some time right. Finds him on the crossing route. And he's going to set them up with a first down on a huge gain.
It's a gain of 23 yards. That's good for Bills. First down. First and 10 at the 26.
Play action now with Allen. Vacates quickly left side. Now he takes it. Ooh, and he is cracked at the tail end of that play. A good hit, but sure would have loved for it to have come earlier as he gets forward a bunch and gets him the first down.
Bills. First and 10 at the 13-yard line.
The Bills are going to go ahead and call their first time out. May still have 2 to work with in this final quarter. They're now set for first and 10. Play action now. Allen. Headed out right. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete.
Even the best of them could be hurried into a throw before they're ready, and that pressure just messed up all the timing, the rhythm, and the clock of the quarterback.
The throw is caught. And this one does not go far. Offense up to the line fast.
That's a gain of 3. It's 3rd and 7.
Allen on 3rd down. Got his man. Shakir has it. And he's going to be stopped after a pickup of 9, and that's going to make it 1st and goal.
That's another Bills. First down.
Davis hits it from the gun. And he won't get in. The daylight was there for just a second. It closed just in time to keep him out. It's going to be 2nd and goal. The nose of the football inside the 1. Here's 2nd and goal. The charge into traffic, but the line doesn't budge. They stall him out short. Working quickly here. 3rd and goal for Allen. He isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that sack gonna cost them some yardage.
That right there, Kate, that right there has all the armchair quarterbacks going. Why didn't you run it? Because you take a risk when you throw it. And if you take a sack, well, now you got to kick the field goal. If you would have pounded the football, got a little bit closer, you at least give yourself a decision on 4th. I don't think you do now.
And he can't do it himself. He's stopped behind the line. We've got a turnover on downs. Now Kansas City looks settled in and ready. Here we go. 1st and 10. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. We get the 2-minute warning here in Buffalo.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL has us at the foot of the Rockies, just west of downtown Denver at Empower Field at Mile High. Coming up, we got a good matchup on tap here, as it'll be the Dallas Cowboys taking on the Denver Broncos. And off we go from Denver. And they're going to mark that where it went out of bounds, so really good starting field position up past the 40-yard line. And now a timeout called by the Cowboys defense. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter. They'll run up the gut with Dobbins. And he edges forward, but only gets a pair of yards out of it. It's second down.
Certainly a nice job there by the defense rallying to the football and getting him on the ground, but I think the play gets made by the defensive front, because if they can't get upfield, their job is to go ahead and get low, almost get into a ball sometimes, stack things up, and make it difficult for the runner to find a hole.
That one going for a gain of 11 and a Bronco first down.
One of my old teammates called me the other day when he was watching the game. He's like, man, trying to watch an NFL game and trying to account for their passing game, and just when you think you get everything covered, here comes a back out of the backfield. In this case, he picks up the first down.
Down to the 42, second down. Second down at 6 now from the 42. Here's Nix. Flushed out right. A short throw to Ingram. And he's going to have another first down here as the tackle's made at the Cowboys' 31-yard line. It's a 10-yard pickup, and it moves the chains. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10. A give up the middle to Dobbins. And he'll get this just inside the 30-yard line.
Oh, that's a real nice job there by the defensive front. They just engaged and held their ground. But how about the guy who made the play? We often talk about whether they take a good first step or not. Many times you just don't take any step. Just get your feet moving, get your body going. And then once he made the read, he was able to make the play.
And he takes it down to the 10-yard line. So not quite a first and goal. It's 1st and 10 from the 10. To throw. Here's Nix. A pass for Sutton is intercepted. And the Cowboys are going to take over once again, and they'll have it at their own 8-yard line. Charles, not only is that an interception, it's one when you were really knocking on the door for a touchdown inside the red zone.
You're actually thinking points. No matter what, at worst, you're thinking kicking a field goal and getting 3. We might look back on this in the second half and say, you remember when they didn't get points on that drive? This could cost them.
So just 3 yards on the completion there. And it'll be second down.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 11-yard line.
Miles Sanders, first carry of the game. And he'll take this one only up to about his 13-yard line. 2 yards on the carry there, and it's going to lead him to 3rd down. They stay on the ground this time. It's Williams. And he's going to be brought down on what will be the final play of this first quarter. We're scoreless after 1. Start of the second quarter, and it's the Cowboys in possession as they've got it with a 1st and 10. Up the middle, it's Williams. And not much there. Maybe a yard up to the 24.
That felt like a trap because it looked to me like the opposing front was on that play from the get-go. They had everyone crashing the ball carrier before he even made the line, and they hold him to just a yard.
They'll try to throw now. Prescott. That is caught by Lamb. And they work this well upfield across the 45. A couple of first downs on the drive already, as they'll go from the 47 now on first down. And he'll go right back to Lamb. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. So a 1st and 10 now in Denver territory at the 37-yard line. They go back to the ground with Williams. And they can't bring him down. Now he's loose down the middle of the field. Touchdown, Cowboys. Javonte Williams, 37 yards. And the Cowboys post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this second quarter. So after the touchdown, Aubrey now to kick this one away. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. Denver offense at the line, ready to go. They threw an interception the first time they had the football, wound up leading to a touchdown the other way. How do you approach drive number 2?
Going back to your game plan coming in, everyone has matchups that they like better than others. Where they think they have an advantage, dial up some of those plays. Try and go to those spots and get your offense moving.
A short one to the tight end, Troutman. They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4. 2 minutes on the clock, second quarter, 7-0 ball game. 3rd and 4. Nix to the air. And this one is incomplete.
Well, they've moved the ball okay here in these first 2 drives, but this one's going to, again, amount to nothing. They've got to start dialing up some plays that allow them to finish drives with points.
And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. Boy, a curious decision to go for it. Doesn't pan out. And Dallas, they'll take over in terrific field position. And he works his way free all the way down to the outskirts of the red zone. 60 yards rushing for him as he has been tough to stop here this first half. They stick to the ground game on first down. It's Williams. And he is swallowed up right at the line of scrimmage. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
Brings up 2nd and 11 at the Broncos' 21-yard line.
Prescott now. That's into the hands of Tolbert. This will be a 5-yard pickup as they move it from the 20 to the 15. The Cowboys going to use their 2nd timeout now, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. A nickel set defensively for the Broncos here on 3rd down.
Here we go, 46. Here we go, 47. 26.
Prescott. Right back to Tolbert. And he's brought down short by a yard. It's a 3rd down gain of 4. Now a timeout called for by the offense, as the clock will stop with 35 seconds to go in quarter number 2. On the sneak, it's Prescott. And he's going to be touched down right at the line of scrimmage. Play action now. Prescott being chased out left. And he just throws this one away. Smart decision here this close to the end zone, and it brings up 2nd down.
And down here, 1st and goal, if it's not there, don't force it. You've got at least 2, if not 3 more shots at it. So that's a wise move to get rid of it.
They'll go again here from the 10-yard line on 2nd and goal. Now Prescott faking it on the end around and looking to throw. eluding the pressure right. And he just chucked that one out of bounds, out of everyone's reach. Maybe a wise call not to take a sack in this part of the field. It brings up third down. They've been denied touchdowns in the red zone twice already. Here comes third and goal. And his ball is caught by Lamb. Touchdown, Dallas. A great play there in the final seconds of the first half. And the Cowboys would extend their lead here just before halftime. So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. Well, trying to gauge the sun, and he muffs it.
Take over first and 10 at their own 35-yard line.
The Broncos onto the field, ready to start their next drive. And with 10 seconds left, not really enough time to put something together. And Sutton hauls it in over the middle. And this offense going to elect to burn a timeout with 5 seconds remaining in quarter number 2.
First and 10 at the 49-yard
The final shot before break. Nix. Open man, and again it's Sutton. Now he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. So 2 quarters down, 2 remain. Charles and I return after the break. The Cowboys will get the football first here, and they have the lead as well as we are underway in quarter 3. Well, certainly not what they wanted out of the locker room here as they'll start defensively at the 40-yard line. Good starting field position for them as they come up first and 10 at the 41-yard line. Again to Williams, running right. And a solid run here as he'll pick his way down to the 42-yard line. 76 yards for him on the ground now as he has been terrific here this afternoon.
And the Cowboys first down.
Now a first down carry, it's Williams. And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
They went right back to him, but he pretty much had nowhere to go on that point.
Yeah, the previous carry looked pretty good. That one, maybe he was a little tired. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he should have tapped out and had a second back come in and maybe make that run. Who knows?
He finds Pickens over the middle. And he's going to get this inside the 30.
A gain of 12. First down, Cowboys.
This is Lamb on the end around. Oh, this one may need to go back to the drawing board. He's going to be swallowed up right away. It's a loss of 4 there, bringing up 2nd down. Prescott to throw. A short one there taken in by Ferguson. And down inside the 15 he goes. First target, first catch, and a first down.
First down, Dallas.
Play fake. Here's Prescott. And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. That would have set him back nearly 10 yards here on first down of the sack. Well, remember, they had the nice gain on the previous play, but they just gave a lot of it back right there on that sack.
Yeah, to get the sack, get back some real estate. Felt like the type of play that can spark a defense and swing some momentum. Almost felt like it took that type of a play, didn't it, Fireman?
And that'll fall incomplete. He was hit just as he let that go. And now it's third down. We'll see where they go for this play call. Obviously tough in this spot, backed up. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. Oh, this will be incomplete. The rush gets home just as he was letting that go. That could have been worse. Instead, it's 4th down. Dak and the offense still out there. They are going to go for it. 4th down. Prescott. Working the middle of the field. He's got a man complete. And they will eventually get him down, but he's inside the 5 all the way to the 3. Williams will struggle to get to the line of scrimmage as he'll be tackled back at the 4-yard line. That's going to go as a loss of a yard, and it'll be 2nd down.
2nd and goal at the 4-yard line.
Williams is in. Touchdown, Dallas.
Well, this offensive line has really stepped up to the challenge here because
Now from the home of the 49ers, Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, this is EA Sports coverage of the National Football League. Coming up, 2 teams ready to square off. It's the Houston Texans and the San Francisco 49ers. About ready to get this one started. Amy Fairbairn ready to kick it off. And off we go from Santa Clara. From the 35, it's 1st and 10. They'll go play action with Purdy. That one complete to Brian Robinson. And he'll be tackled up around the 45-yard line. It's a gain of 10. That's enough for a quick 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 45-yard line.
Yet another Alabama back in the lead. This is Brian Robinson. That's a short pickup to about the 47. That's E.J. Speed getting in there to make the tackle. Here's 2nd and 9.
At the 47-yard line.
Out of the gun, here's Purdy. That's caught. Christian McCaffrey. Get about 6 before he's taken down.
That's a gain of 6.
Here's 3rd and 2. We need 2. Here's Purdy. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. Purdy to Kittle for the Niners' 1st down.
I know, I'm biased. But listen, you can't convince me, Mike, that there's a better option on the field, especially when you got a guy like this, that on 3rd down or critical moments, that's where the ball needs to go. The size, the speed, the matchup problems that he creates. If I was in a critical situation, there is no doubt where I'm going.
That is a gain of 20. What a chance now. 1st and goal coming up.
Down and goal to go.
And they'll run here with McCaffrey. They'll get a yard or 2 to the 8. 2nd and goal.
He was brought down at the 8-yard line. It's a gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd.
Here now, 2nd down and goal. Snap to Purdy. Open man is Jennings. It's been a nice opening drive. It's led to this from the 5. Third down and goal. Out of the gun. It's Purdy. And he's in. Touchdown. 49ers. Now Jake Moody for the extra point. And he misses the extra point. No good, and this will remain a 6-0 game. So, following that touchdown, Moody is back out to kick it off. On the return, it's Dameon Pierce. Good return here. Brings it up to the 33-yard line.
At their own 33-yard line.
And now the first carry for Joe Mixon. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
Well, this play, Mike, was clearly about the job of this defensive line. Great job holding their ground, forcing these blockers to be stood up. Nowhere to go for this running back, and they hold him to no gain.
On second down, Stroud. Moving to his left. That one just too far out in front, and it's incomplete. Nico Collins was the intended receiver there. Third down coming up. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. Got his man. It's Kirk. 15 yards on the catch and run for the first down.
A gain of 15. First down, Texans.
He'll give this to Mixon, running right. And he's going to wind up losing yardage here. And that will take us to the end of the opening quarter of play. It's Texans football. Quarter number 2 begins. They've got it with second down and 13 in front of them. From the gun, here's Stroud. Trying the right side. Taken in by Collins.
Really well done here by the defense, Mike, executing this zone defense, and they've got to be able to pattern read. You're not just going to drop back to a spot and just play like a robot. Based on what the receivers do off the line, the defenders have different rules of where their zones move to. Well, they had that one dialed in right from the jump, and they were able to stop that play really before it got started.
On fourth down, Stroud. On the move left. And the rush is going to get there. He goes down. They were taking a big risk going for it from their own territory. It does not pay off. And it's a turnover on down. On the ground, it's McCaffrey. The field push forward for about a yard. Daniil Hunter with the stop. From the 42-yard line. Here's second and 9.
42-yard line.
Here's Purdy. They'll try to set up the screen to McCaffrey. This one going to be sniffed out. Blown up in the backfield.
The best defenders can just sense when a screen is coming. They can tell the body language of the offensive lineman's pass set. They can tell on the drop of the quarterback. It just doesn't look right. It's exactly the case here. Great job getting to the back and taking him down for a loss.
A throw left side, going to be intercepted. It's the safety, Jalen Petrie. And he's going to give his guys a short field to work with and a chance to take the lead.
It's not often, Mike, and everything breaks right for this type of return off of an interception. But boy, is it beautiful when it does. I mean, look at the defenders just flip around and become blockers. They're trying to spring their guy to the house. Great athleticism, some great moves on his part. I mean, he's going to have some of his offensive teammates looking over their shoulder for their position.
They're at the 17-yard line now for first and 10. Off the play fake. Here's Stroud. This one batted away. Good coverage there. It's incomplete. Tank Dell was the one he was looking for. And it'll bring up second down.
Here we go. Let's go.
Back to throw. Stroud. They try to work the screen with Mixon. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down.
On gain of 4. And this is third down.
Throwing is Stroud. That's caught right side for tight end Schultz. And he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning.
Brings up fourth down.
The field goal unit staying put. They're going to line up and go for this on fourth down. Stroud going to set up the throw. He pulls it in around the 5. And he will have the first down. So they roll the dice on fourth down in the red zone. And it pays off with first and goal. Mixon. And he's going to go backwards. Taken down at the 6. The Niners use the first of their timeouts, and they'll get together prior to the second down play. Here's Stroud. I had a defender draped all over him. Incomplete. Good work to body him up and set up a third down.
Third down and goal. At the 6-yard line.
Now, Stroud. He'll be forced outright. They're called in at the 2.
These are the worst. I had a couple years, Mike, where I swear I got tackled inside the 1-yard line 10 times. And then you look back and you're like, man, how many touchdowns did I leave on the board because I couldn't get one more yard? Now, for him individually, not ideal. But right now, they're on the doorstep of the end zone, and they got to find a way to put that ball across the goal.
And he's not going anywhere. Stuck behind the line. They have turned it over on down.
And here we have a real gutsy call here, Mike, early in this game offensively. I think you're giving up a surefire field goal attempt, but at the same time, you're demonstrating to your players, hey, offense, I have a lot of trust in you, and let's see if they have this same approach as the rest of this game plays on.
Get set. Get set.
The drive starts with a carry by McCaffrey. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all. Timeout 49ers. That is their second. As they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half.
At the 8-yard line.
Play fake to McCaffrey. Now, Purdy. That's going to be incomplete. Coverage very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force third down.
And 10.
From the gun, it's Purdy. Throw on there, caught by Kittle. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the first down mark. The Texans going to go ahead and use their first timeout here. Clock will stop just under 30 seconds to go in this second quarter. Get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over.
At the Niners' 43-yard line.
Here we go.
Throwing from the pistol, Stroud. Downfield, he's got Schultz, the tight end. And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They've got it inside the 15.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone. And this is where you have to finish drives.
That is caught by the tight end, Dalton Schultz. Touchdown, Texans.
You hear coaches, you hear commentators, everybody talks about that middle four, Mike, the final 2 minutes of the second quarter and the first 2 minutes of the third quarter. Here they are now. They go down and they steal a late touchdown to end the half. Remember, they're going to get the ball first coming out of the break.
Halftime coming close, and not much time left as this one is kicked away. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. On 1st and 10, Purdy. Downfield, he's got the big target, Jennings. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
That's good. Ford, hey. 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line.
Purdy on 1st down. Downfield, and it's caught by Ayuk. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line. So it is a one-point game here at the half as we check in with Scott Hansen for our halftime report. Scott. Both teams ready to get back at it as we get back underway here on EA Sports. And this ball's going to go out of bounds. Not the way you want to begin the second half. The football will be marked at the 40-yard line. So, a couple of first downs will give them 1st and 10. They're at the 41.
All right.
They'll begin on the ground, and here's Mixon. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage at best. Might have even lost a yard there.
With the struggles they had running the ball in the first half, Mike, it makes sense that they're trying here early in the second to get this ball carrier going. But this last run's not going to do him any favors. Another rush, another loss of yards.
This one is caught by Kirk. And that's a good gain there. It's going to wind up just a couple of yards shy of that 1st down.
Well, it goes without saying. You want to play wide receiver in the NFL, Mike. How well can you change directions? How fast can you get your body from one direction to another? And when you can cut like this guy, I'm not sure how you go.
He's got his tight end. It's Schultz. Remember, he had the touchdown catch the last time they had the football. Here, he's got a 1st down.
3rd downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on 3rd downs, that is a recipe for success.
And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
There's a lot of quarterbacks around the league that really struggle with this, Mike, but not this guy. A righty quarterback moving to his left. Your mechanics, your footwork, and your arm talent all have to align. And tell you what, he does it about as well as anybody around the league.
All right.
Throwing on 2nd down. Stroud. There's a throw right side taken by Bryant. And they'll whistle him down, but not before it picks up the 1st down. And for a gain of 7.
Really nice job here by the quarterback, understanding what did he need to pick up a fresh set of downs. In this case, that underneath drag route was all it took. Get the ball into the hands of your receiver, pick up a 1st down.
And he'll just get rid of this. Smart play to throw it away, and that'll set up 2nd down.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
second down throw for Stroud. Pushed out to his left. And he just does get that one away. He was being chased down, forced the awkward throw. Maybe he's fortunate that all it is an incompletion.
Third and long obviously isn't an ideal situation to be in offensively. It makes you very predictable, which then places a ton of stress on your offensive line and your quarterback. So they've got to start being more productive in these early downs and set themselves up for more success come third down.
And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up fourth down.
I think this is one of those plays that when the ball carrier watches this back in the film room tomorrow, he's going to be a little frustrated with himself. If he could just have made that one guy miss, he picks up the first down. Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks, and now they got a fourth down decision to make.
They'll go. It's Stroud. Escaping the pressure right. That is incomplete. Oh, they elected to throw on fourth and short. It does not work out. They turn it over on down.
You know, more often than not in the NFL, games are won based on who wins critical downs. Well, that fourth down attempt right there was exactly that, and this defense came up huge for a big-time fourth down.
And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
When you look throughout this game, Mike, I don't think there's even a debate. This defensive line has clearly won the battle at the line of scrimmage over this offensive line. And for an offense that wants the run game to be such a critical element to its plan, they've got to do a better job because there's nowhere to run. There's no holes for the back to find. And all these zero or negative runs are putting them in some really bad spots.
And we mark out up at the 34-yard line. Able to get loose after the catch for more yardage. That'll be a pickup, 21.
Just a really nice, simple play design. Just get the ball to one of your playmakers on an underneath crossing route, and he does the rest to secure a nice gain. That's just good, simple execution.
That's taken in by Jennings. That keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
Gain of 7 brings up second down at the 41-yard line.
On second down, Purdy hit as he throws, and it is incomplete. Just couldn't deliver that one the way he wanted to. Not really sure if there was much there anyways. We do know it'll be third down. We need 2. Here's Purdy. And he's going to pick up the first down. He knew where that marker was and made sure he got beyond it.
And the 49er, first down. First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
So, points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Couple of first downs has them out to the 45-yard line as it's first and 10. On to the fourth quarter we go, and it begins with a McCaffrey run. Trying to find some place to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 1.
These negative runs, they just make everything for the play caller that much more difficult, Mike. So they've got to find a way to be more efficient on these early downs, meaning first and second down, because if not, you find yourself the entire game in third and pass, and that's what every single defense in the league is trying to do.
That's caught by McCaffrey. And that'll go for a gain of 7, and it's going to set up third down.
It's a gain of 7. Makes it third and 4.
Throwing from the gun is Purdy. He's got his tight end, Kittle. And they're going to move this ball inside the 25-yard line. They get the conversion on third down. It was a gain of 27. set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. They'll run the toss with McCaffrey. And the struggles continue. He's dropped behind the line again. So after the loss on first, here's second and 14. Play action now. Purdy. Back into the hands of Pearsall on the right side. They need one right now. Third and long. Shotgun snap to Purdy. Right back to Pearsall again.
Receiver just finds himself in a really nice groove, and there's these weird times in the game, Mike, where it just seems like every ball comes your way, every play they call, you're wide open, and you just find yourself in one of those grooves that athletes talk about. So they got to continue to ride the hot hand, because right now on that field, there's no mistaking who it is. And that's really where you see the highs and lows of this game, Mike. I mean, on one sideline, celebration, hands in the air. The other, disappointment. That's a tough one to stomach. I mean, you've got a chance here to take the lead late, and you can't convert.
Forced out left. And he'll just get rid of this. Smart play to throw it away, and that'll set up second down. Here's Stroud. They try to work the screen with Nixon. Down the sideline. And he is out of bounds all the way down at the 35-yard line. It's a big play when they needed it the most. It's a gain of 34. Off the play fake. Here's Stroud. Moving to his right. And he'll just get rid of this. Smart play to throw it away. And that'll set up second down. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. This is caught downfield. It's Dell. And he's into the end zone. Tank Dell. Touchdown, Houston.
Just a beautiful ball there by the quarterback. And the point I want to make here, Mike, and make sure the viewer understands is, in the NFL, if you have to wait for a guy to be open and then deliver the ball, it's too late. So often these quarterbacks throw their guy open. They anticipate where the void in the coverage is going to be. That's exactly the reason this play worked out here, Mike, and he's able to connect here for a big touchdown.
He's going to elect not to bring this one out. Probably a wise decision, as this ball comes out to the 35. They'll come up for first and 10. They'll drop the throw. This one broken up. It's incomplete. The defender right there with him. It brings up second down.
Leads to second and 10 at the 35-yard line.
From the shotgun. Oh, he can't get rid of it, and he's taken down. Gonna need a big play now. Third down and long.
On the play. It's now third down.
Out of the gun, here's Purdy. Now, he'll air one out. That is incomplete. Here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's fourth down. Here's Purdy. And that is incomplete. They had Welcome to the historic Inner Harbor of Baltimore, Maryland. The stone's throw away, you find M&T Bank Stadium, the home of the Ravens. Straight ahead, we've got a good one on tap. It's the Philadelphia Eagles and the Baltimore Ravens. It's Jake Elliott ready to get this one kicked off. And off we go here in Baltimore. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. Now the first carry for King Henry. And that play gets nothing. So no gain on the game's first snap.
No gain on the play.
Ball on the 36 now. Here's second and 9.
36-yard line.
From the shotgun, here's Jackson. Exiting the pocket right. He's going to keep it himself. And he's out of bounds inside the 45-yard line. The break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10.
First down.
On the option, they give it to Henry. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line.
15 more yards. That's another Baltimore first down.
They'll try to throw here with Jackson. Rolling right, and he can't hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up second down. From the gun, Jackson. The ball deflected at least a couple of times, but it'll fall to the ground. It's incomplete. So after back-to-back incompletions, it is now third and 10. Now Jackson. Throw over the middle, brought in by Hopkins. 15-yard pickup there. Good for a Raven first down.
That's a nice grab for his first catch of the game, Mike. And he's someone that the play caller has told us he wants to get him early touches, get him a feel for the game. Nice job there making that happen.
On the handoff, it's Henry. And the Ravens are going to be set up with first and goal. He couldn't quite break the plane. They'll have it at the 1-yard line.
What a great run down here inside the red zone, Mike. It's so important that you still can run the ball. Great job here by the back. I thought for a minute he was going to score. He gets it all the way down inside the 1, and I wouldn't be surprised if they let him finish this drive off.
Henry. No, he's not going to get in. In fact, they've shoved him backwards.
A loss of 2 brings up second and goal.
Again, it'll be Henry. And he barrels his way into the end zone. Derrick Henry. Touchdown, Baltimore. A terrific way to start this one. Not only a touchdown, but a nice long march down the field. Makes it a long walk back to the bench for the defense.
Mike, that's about as good as you can imagine starting the game offensively. To be able to sustain that many plays and be able to cap it off with a touchdown. That is a dream start for this offense.
7-0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. Here is Shipley on the return. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. So here's a first and 10 now. They'll start from the 24. And in motion is Brown. To the air right away is Hurts. He's got the 2021 Heisman winner. That's Devontae Smith. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
A 7-yard pickup brings up second and
First carry for Saquon Barkley. And he's going to be taken down on the other side of the 50-yard line. So they come to the line for first down and 10.
First down, Eagles.
Once again, it's Barkley. Open space to the 35. And he's in. Saquon Barkley. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Big play out of the running game as the back accelerates all the way to the house for the rushing touchdown.
And Mike, when we talk about burst, that's what we're talking about. And they told us all week, be ready for this guy. He's got something special to him, and that long touchdown there is exactly what they're talking about.
On the return, it's Keaton Mitchell. And he's brought down right at the 35-yard line. On first down, they'll start the drive with Henry. And he'll wind his way to about the 38-yard line. Nolan Smith makes the tackle. 2nd and 7. Jackson fires complete to Flowers. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down.
Gain of 2 brings up 3rd and 5.
Again, right up the middle to Henry.
Taken down at the 41. A gain of only
Early
8 yards.
big play here. They're going to go for it on 4th down. On 4th down, they snap it to Jackson. And that'll wind up incomplete. 0-0 on the clock. The first quarter has come to an end. Eagles in possession to start the second quarter as they are set to start the drive with 1st and 10. I'll run up the middle with Barkley. A gain of 11 on that one. 1st down, Philadelphia. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Taking off, and he'll get about 6 out of that one before being forced out of bounds.
He tried to buy all the time he could, but when he saw that space, he quickly turned from thrower to runner, and he's able to pick up a nice gain on 1st down.
He'll get this complete. That's A.J. Brown. And he'll take this down to the 6. That's good enough for 1st down, 1st and goal.
I always think you can tell pretty quickly how comfortable a quarterback is in their offense, Mike, by how fast they work through their progression and get the ball to their check down.
And he'll just get up inside those big bodies up front, and he's in. Saquon Barkley, touchdown Eagles. That is 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. The extra point by Elliott is good. And the Eagles will move out to a 14-7 lead. So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. The return team gonna let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback.
35-yard line.
Play action now. Jackson. They go sideline, and he stays in bounds. Got the feet down in time. It's a 1st down. Oh, big play there. Jackson to Flowers. 52 yards.
They really showed off their connection on that pitch and catch, Mike, and just really good ball placement and really good separation downfield. And when those two things align, it's just really challenging for a defender to stay with them and take that ball away.
And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down. Lamar going to work from the pistol. He'll be hit as he throws this time, and it's going to fall incomplete. He might be fortunate just to avoid the sack, and it'll set up a third down.
They got there in a hurry, didn't they, Mike? I mean, luckily for him, he saw that free rusher coming, and at the very least was able to get that ball out to prevent the sack.
That's caught. Derrick Henry. And he's got the first down. A great job looking at engaging where the marker is and getting there to set up first and goal.
First and goal at the 2-yard line.
2 minutes remain here in this first half. We'll come back to Baltimore after this. A chance here to draw level before the break. It's first and goal. Henry tries to pull his way in. He'll get this forward. No signal. They're going to mark him down at the 1.
Brings up second and goal.
A little closer. Here's second and goal. They'll go with the sneak. Looking to squeeze into a crease somewhere. Did not break the plane. They're going to mark him short. They'll try and run, and here's Henry. And he will not get in. The defense stands their ground, pushes him back, and they force fourth down. On play action, here's Jackson. And this is incomplete. They don't go for the field goal. Wind up trying to throw for the touchdown. They get nothing out of it on fourth and goal. They'll start on the ground with Barkley. And he's got it to the 14-yard line.
Taken down at the 14-yard line. A gain of 11 on the play.
They'll stay on the ground with Barkley. And he's going to be marked down up around the 33. He is having his way. Another big game. This time 18 yards and a first down. So it'll be first and 10. They'll scrimmage at the 33. They run out of the gun with Barkley. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield. So the Eagles will use their first time out here as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. On first down, it's Hurts. That's caught. Saquon Barkley. There he goes again. And he will score again. Saquon Barkley. Touchdown, Eagles. What a half he is putting together. That's his third touchdown already. Elliott, good on the extra point. And the Eagles will take a 21-7 lead. Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. Dejounte Wester now to return it. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line.
The Ravens take over first and 10 at their own 27-yard line.
A first down throw for Jackson. Forced out to his right. Now he'll run. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line. Now the Ravens use their first timeout. Clock says 25 seconds till halftime. Jackson now to throw on first down. Oh, a huge mistake late in the half. It is intercepted. And the Eagles are going to take possession. They've got it at their own 42.
So not a lot of yards on the return, Mike, but that's okay. The number one thing
We're ready for some football and hope you are too. Welcome to East Rutherford, New Jersey, everybody, and MetLife Stadium. Today, a fun matchup in store. It's the Atlanta Falcons and the New York Jets. Here's the punter, Bradley Pinion, to get this one going. And away we go from East Rutherford. From well into the end zone, he's going to bring this out. Only manages to get this back to the 20 before he's taken down.
The Jets take over first and 10 at their own 20-yard line.
All right, let's get this show on the road. It is first and 10.
Here we go.
Play action now. It's Fields. And his first pass falls incomplete. Tough one to retain through that hit. And it sets up second down.
At the 20-yard line.
Don't jump. Ready?
Out of the shotgun, Fields. Completed over the middle. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. He finds him 16 yards and a new set of downs. Markers reset, ball at the 37.
First and 10 at the 37.
Here's Brees Hall on the ground for the first time. He's descended upon quickly and dropped after it looks like a yard gain. D. Alford getting there for the stop.
Down at the 30.
Need a better result than that last run. It's second and 8. From the 39. And he just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be third down.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released and alter that throw.
Oh, he's going to run for it. And it'll be first and goal. Stop is made at the 5-yard line.
Well, the field opened up and he simply takes off. Even in today's NFL, where dual-threat quarterbacks are everywhere, it's not often a guy can rip off a run like that.
This drive has been excellent. A few shots now. It's starting with 6 as they come up on it. First and goal. From the red zone now. Escapes the pocket. Play didn't break how they wanted it, and he throws this away.
Well, discretion, the better part of valor in a lot of cases. Rather than force something when no one open and risk a turnover, he wisely just threw it away.
Fields gets it out right quick. And this one's stopped at the 3-yard line. Just need 3 now to find the end zone on this first possession. It's third and goal.
Here we go.
Shotgun snap to Fields. And he will score. Touchdown, New York! The Jets finish up an excellent opening series. It's a Justin Fields touchdown. One after by Folk is up and good. And the Jets will jump out to a 7-0 lead. It's all lined up. Folk ready to send this one flying. Return starts from the goal line. And he's brought down inside the 20 on an uneventful effort. Atlanta about ready to go now. First and 10. They'll run it here with Bijan Robinson. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down.
You want to drain some of the excitements of the noise from a home stadium? It's exactly how you do it when you go on the road. Run it right down their throat from the jump.
First down, and they go right back to it. And that carry only nets 1 on the plunge up the gut. Last run only gained a yard. That means it's second and 9.
Brings up second and 9.
On the shotgun, Penix. Completes it, Bijan Robinson. It's a small gain up to the 38. Now Sauce Gardner dropping him there. Here they come. This is third and 5. Penix working from the gun. That one complete to Pitts. Jukes one defender. Down the left sideline he goes. And out of bounds he goes on that big pickup. They're inside the red zone now. Thinking touchdown here after that big play. We've got 1st and 10 from the red zone. From the gun, it's Robinson. Nice little run there, gets him 5. 2nd down upcoming. Offense in the hurry up here.
A 5-yard gain. Brings up 2nd down.
Penix here from the gun. And that's complete in the end zone. Touchdown, Atlanta. The Falcons finish off their opening drive. Drake London with the touchdown. Cool with the extra point. And the Falcons start off well to tie things 7-7. So we've got a tie ball game now as they send this away. And no return as this bounces through the end zone for a touchback.
At their own 35-yard line.
Nice field position for the Jets as they come up 1st and 10.
Don't jump. Ready?
Off play action, it's Fields. Rolling out to his left. He takes it himself. They'll come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down.
Well, I think he was looking for that running lane and that running room from the very start right there, partner. Even as he worked through his progression initially, he was waiting for space to open, and then he takes advantage with his legs.
Time for the 2nd quarter of play. It's Jets football. They've got a first to begin the frame.
Here we go, Slide.
Fields looking to throw. That throw behind his intended target.
That just goes to show you can't take any completion for granted, even on some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
2nd down and 10. Fields. Set up the screen here for Hall. Now he's past the 25. He will go. Touchdown, New York. The Jets take a 2nd quarter lead. Brees Hall with the touchdown. That's no good. The veteran mishits one rather surprisingly, and they leave a point after on the table. Wasn't accurate on the extra point, but he should be able to keep this between the sidelines, hopefully, as he sends this away. On the return, here's Ray McCloud. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback.
So many cool fundamentals on display right there, Kate. Look the ball in your hands, number 1. Don't turn your eyes away from it before it gets to you. And when you've got that catch secured, snap that head forward and find that space upfield. Turn good play into a great play.
Good running here as he gets him 7 on that 1st down carry.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly when he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that 1st down marker.
He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Penix. Complete beyond the marker. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
You know, Kate, they say a dog is a man's best friend. A tight end that moves the chains on 3rd down, that's a QB's best friend.
1st down, ball at the 36. Shotgun snap, a give to Robinson. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that 1st down run.
I talked to a bunch of different GMs, Kate, especially around draft time, and they all say the same thing. Linebackers are so hard to find. It's hard to transition from the college game that's in so much space to this game where you've got to play in a phone booth yet. Have that explosiveness to chase a play on the inside down like that linebacker just did.
And this is down to the 28 before the defense halts it. 3rd down and 2 here. The offense coming to the line for its 7th play of this drive. Throwing, Penix. Gets this one to London. And he gets this down inside the red zone before going out. A 9-yard gain and good for a 1st down. So it's the 2-minute warning here from MetLife. It's the Falcons with a 1st and 10. To the air with Penix. He'll try to set up a screen. Here's Robinson. That screen sniffed out quickly, shut down behind the line.
I know coordinator and quarterback going to be upset with that first down because you call a screen on first, you're thinking stay ahead of schedule. Even a minimal gain to stay on pace, but instead, the defense creates a negative play and sets them back behind the sticks.
And they will score. It's an Atlanta touchdown. The Falcons tie it in the final minute of the half. Drake London with the touchdown. His second scoring catch of the game. Extra point by Coon is up and good. And they'll take the lead. Now to kick it away, here's Pinion. Chooses to bring this one out. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20.
The Jets take over first and 10.
Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. First and 10.
Here we go. Green knife.
They start to drive the ball. And they'll only find 1 yard up the gut. Second down. The Jets take their first time out. Following that little 2-yard run, it's 2nd and 8.
Brings up second down at the 24-yard line.
Fields out of the gun. Had the window to go deep, but just couldn't make it happen. Now it's 3rd down.
Defense doubled him, knowing that was where the pass was likely headed. A bit surprising. Quarterback still threw in that direction with how well that defense had that play covered.
Fields on 3rd. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. The Falcons spend the first of their 3 timeouts as they'll get together and discuss with 4th down coming up. Offense staying out there. Looks like they're going for it. They're going for it. Here's Fields. He finds him beyond the marker. And he'll be taken down after advancing this to the 37. The timeout taken by New York. That's its 2nd. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting that first.
First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Here we go, Snap. 11, 222, 222.
Now it's Fields. Complete to Braylon Allen. And it doesn't get much, up to maybe their own 40. Ryan Diablo there on the tackle. Here's 2nd and 7. Bails out of the pocket quick. He tucks it and takes off. And he goes out, just needed 1 more step there to reach midfield. Give him 8 yards on the play. And it'll give the Jets a first down.
First and 10 at the 49-yard line.
Now Fields. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's brought down after pushing to that 35-yard line. Timeout called by the Jets. That's their final one. They're set up at the 35 now.
Another Jets. First and 10 at the 35-yard line.
First down throw for Fields. Flushed out of the pocket. He's keeping it. He's making it up just before he can move those chains partners. It's a gain of 9 on first down.
Well, the QB made something happen and got some yardage when the play didn't develop right. And even got himself out of bounds to avoid a hit. The only negative at all is he couldn't quite get the first down.
From the 25 on second down. Forced out to his right. Down the field. He's got Wilson. And he's going to be taken down near the 8-yard line. That's a pickup of 17 yards, partner, and it makes it first and goal. Jets moving quickly, trying to get the offense set.
At the 8-yard line.
Easy.
Working inside the red zone. And he scores. That's a New York touchdown. The Jets take the lead just before halftime. It's a Justin Fields touchdown.
With that score, this is now a time where this defense is going to get on that sideline, look at each other and say, hey, we got to play this quarterback a whole lot more honest because he is doing damage with his legs.
Volkon now to try the point after. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Jets push their lead to 6. It's all lined up. Folk ready to send this one flying. The Clown now returning it. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. And even 20 seconds left at their disposal on the final drive of this half. Penix on first down. Dumped off to his running back. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. Timeout taken by the offense. They're second. They're set up at the 35 now. Penix now on first down. Finds him over the middle. And he's tackled after getting this to the opposing 46. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
Throwing into double coverage, and it's intercepted. And the Jets will start with it in the fourth after an interception to end the quarter. That's halftime of this contest. We'll join both teams in taking a short break. More of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. It's all lined up. Folk ready to send this one flying. And he didn't strike that one true, Brock. It came down short of the landing zone he had to reach, so give them the football up at the 40. Throwing now on first down. Penix to the right side and reeled in by London. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a first down.
It's a gain of 10. And the Falcon first down.
Play action. Here's Penix. Buying some time left. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on first down. So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. Penix working from the gun. Pass is caught. That's Darnell Mooney. And he'll have it down to the 44-yard line. 3rd and 4 coming up now.
And it's 3rd down.
Again, Penix to the air. Vacates quickly left side. He's running for it. And he'll go out of bounds close to the 35-yard line. That one gains 7. And the Falcons will have a first.
Oh, that just sucks the wind out of a defense. So demoralizing. So many guys do things the right way, only to see a quarterback evade the pressure and go get that first down anyway.
And he's taken down, but some quality yardage on that play.
Oh, that vision he has when he gets into space like a chess master. Seeing multiple moves ahead of time. He knows who's going to attack and what angles, and he maneuvers his way through before someone can finally get to him.
Pass is cut at the 9. And he's going to be hauled down at the 2. That sets up 1st and goal.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
First down from the red zone. And he's going to go down. Jets brought the pressure and got to him. Good pressure from the defense there has them trending in the wrong direction.
A 1st and goal pass, yeah, it can be an act of surprise at times, but let's give some credit to this defense and the coverage in particular. They stayed focused and locked in on those routes, giving that rush plenty of time to get home, and now make 2nd and goal much, much more difficult.
Handoff for Robinson, running right. And the defense wins this rep. That's stopped at the line, and now they've got 3rd and goal.
That result right there probably takes the run out of the picture on 3rd and goal. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe this offense is looking at this at 4-down territory. This is where the fascinating mind games go.
That throw doesn't lead to 6. And that forces them to 4th and goal. And that offense isn't budging. They're going for it. He'll throw it. Rolling out to his left. And he will score. Touchdown, Atlanta. The Falcons pick it off and get points on the ensuing drive. Kyle Pitts with a touchdown. Koo with the extra point. And the Falcons take the lead on that successful kick. Out to kick it away, here's Pinion. Wangu now to return. And this drive will start inside the 25.
The Jets take over 1st and 10 at their own 24-yard line.
Offense to the line. They're going to have trips right to start out. 1st and 10. Here's Fields. He rolls to his right. He can run it. That one hits for 30. And it's good enough for a New York 1st down.
That is so demoralizing for a defense. You lock things down in coverage. You do everything right on the back end. You need to see the quarterback escape, evade the pressure, and get that 1st down anyway.
Give to Hall now on the option. And a solid gain there, Brock, of about 5. Takes him inside the 40-yard line. A dose of the hurry-up offense here.
Brings up 2nd down at the 40-yard line.
Give on 2nd to Hall. Nice drive up the middle, gets him about 3. Jalen Walker firing over to take him down.
That's a gain of 3. It's 3rd.
3rd and a lone yard coming up. Shotgun snap to Fields. Chased out to his right. It's caught by Wilson. And he's got them quite the game here, partner, as he finally is brought to a stop.
The Jets, 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line.
So we're through 3 here. The Jets have it, but some work to do in the final frame. They're trailing. Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10.
Here we go. Good.
Hall running between the tackles. And they sent it straight ahead, but the front stops him after a gain of 3. Moving quickly, trying to get set again.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the 12-yard line.
Hall gets it again on 2nd down. It's a small seam, that's good for 5. Make it 3rd down.
That result right there is why coaches all across all levels of football and defense talk about good, solid tackling, Kate. It's not just to hear themselves talk. It's to make sure that when you can bring a guy down, you're able to, and keep them from piling on those yards.
3rd down, give to Hall. And ooh, this one does not have a chance. They were ready for that one, and the effort brings up 4th down. A lot of pressure on this kick for Nick Folk. This from just 23 yards away. Kicked well, and this is good! And they take the lead in the 4th quarter.
Well, I tell you what, you get to this time of the game, you've got to have that reliable kicker on the sideline to turn things over to. That's the definition of clutch right there as they take the lead.
And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. Atlanta about ready to go now. 1st and 10. Drive begins with a run. It's Robinson. And he can only manage 1 yard. The defense
shuffle it around here in the playbook. Find a more aggressive call on second.
Short pass brought in. And this is going to get him right up near that first down. But he's marked short after a gain of 7. Third down. Offense headed to the line. Just need to punch it 40 yards to reset the downs. 3rd and 1. It's Penix. Gets this one to London. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. A pickup of 2, maybe 3, but most importantly, Brock, that's enough to move the sticks. On first down, here's Penix. It's into the hands of Mooney. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. So we're down to the 2-minute warning here from New York. Falcons needing a couple. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. It's Penix yet again. Completed over the middle. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
There's no question the greatest concern there was just getting the first down. You want a high percentage throw, and you're not really concerned about big yards. Well, the drag route was perfect. He comes open the short field. It's easy to zip that throw right in there and reset those chains.
Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play. The Falcons spend the first of their 3 timeouts, as they'll meet and decide what to do on this 2nd down.
At the 46-yard line.
Here he is to throw. Rolling left, buying some time. Dumps it off to Robinson. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Now the Falcons trying to get everyone up and set here. Now to throw. Right side, reeled in by Pitts. And that short field pass, Brock, is held to the short field. It's going to be 4th and short. The Jets take their first time out. This is outside of field goal range, so no choice but to go for it here. Desperation time here on 4th. No good. The pass goes incomplete, and that lengthy drive ends with nothing but a turnover on downs. Nice field position for the Jets as they come up 1st and 10. They'll start this one out with home. And that's only 1 yard up the middle. Going to be 2nd down. Timeout called by Atlanta. That's going to be at 2nd. Last run, not a lot of help, Brock. 9 to go now on 2nd down. Oh, Brock, look at this. He's setting up to throw it. Flush out now to his left. And he's going to be across midfield, close to the 45 before going out.
Well, that's an excellent job by the defense. All eyes on the quarterback. When you're playing a quarterback that can escape, well, even though you cover, you still got to cover down and go chase that QB out of bounds, or he could get the first down.
And the run will not work. He is stopped at the line. This is going to be 4th and short. The Falcons take a timeout to their final one. That's all they had, so the offense free to start running the clock down now.
If only this defense could look like that on every play, Kate. They were angry, motivated, focused, and they took that anger out on him and this offense, forcing a 4th down.
Looking to throw. Buying some time right. This finds its target. That's Taylor. He has the first down, and now Brock, the Jets can just run out the clock on this victory.
That's good for the Jets. First down.
Shotgun snap, a gift to Hall. Now he continues to find no traction on the ground here, Brock, as they bring him down for no gain. Now nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10.
At the 41-yard line.
He's going to pass it here. He works this to the 38 before going down. So the win goes to the Jets. This is the type of game everyone was hoping they'd see when they entered this stadium, Brock, you and I included. A close one that went all the way down to the final whistle.
And Kate, this is one of the bigger adjustments a college player has to make to the NFL. In college, you get a lot of blowouts. The NFL, every game you get calloused because you know more often than not they'll be like this, a one-possession game that's not about how you start. It's all about how you finish.
That does it for another broadcast of the NFL on EA Sports. With my partner in the booth, Brock Hewitt, I'm Kate Scott. It's a well-earned win for the Jets as we say so long from New York.
First opened in 2002, there's a look inside Ford Field here in downtown Detroit, the Motor City. Straight ahead, we've got a pretty good one on tap here, as it'll be the Kansas City Chiefs taking on the Detroit Lions. Here's the kicker, Harrison Butker, ready to get this one started. And we are underway from Ford Field. And he won't quite make it to the 25.
At their own 24-yard line.
Drive starts with a run from Gibbs. That's to about the 28. Second down coming up.
Give credit to the defense for stringing that play out, and they gave up no cutback angle. You know he was trying to dart through. No place for him to go. A nice job there, only giving up a 3-yard gain.
From the gun, here's Goff. Buying time to his left. Looking left side, and he's got a man. That's Gibbs. And he gets us to the other side of midfield across the 45 before going out. 28 yards the gain there on the catch and run. So now first and 10 in Chiefs territory at the 44-yard line. A give right side for Gibbs. And a good job of finding the open space to run as he's down close to the 30 here. This game not quite as good as the last, but still over 40 yards between the two. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on first and 10. Another run for Gibbs here. He'll get about 6 there as he takes this one down to the 24-yard line.
Consecutive positive runs for him on the last 2 snaps. He certainly appears to be trying to put the offense on his back and just move them down the field, but his number is called. The way he's running it, I keep going back to him.
Straight ahead with Gibbs here. And that play going absolutely nowhere as he's belted before he could get out of the backfield. It's a loss of 4. Now third down.
Oftentimes when you see a running back get bunched up in the backfield, it's usually because the defensive tackle is eating up blockers for others to make the play. Not in this case.
Under pressure, and down he goes. They sack him back at the 36. And on their first drive, the offense staying out there. They're going to go for it on 4th. They go ahead and snap it. Gone. Rifles one, that's going to be intercepted. Picked up by Nick Bolton. And the Chiefs are going to take possession of the football as they force the turnover on the opening drive. Not something you see very often from a quarterback of his caliber, an opening drive interception.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind that even he's surprised at how that one played out.
but we know this guy is not going to stop him from continuing to fire as this game goes along. Probably give a little nod of respect across the field for that one, and let him know he'll be back the very next series.
First play of the drive goes the wrong way. Here's 2nd and 12.
Second and 12.
Play action. Now it's Mahomes.
15. First down, Kansas City.
Mahomes now to throw. A throw right side taken in by the tight end Gray. And he works it past the 30, almost to the 25. Clock running under a minute to go in a scoreless first quarter. Throwing now is Mahomes. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete. Here's 2nd and 10.
The coverage by Jack Campbell.
Here's Mahomes to throw. And he's out of bounds. Almost gets to the 10. The Chiefs have got the passing game rolling a bit. And another first down. Really been an ideal start for them. They get the turnover on the opening possession. Now here they are moving the ball straight down the field on their first drive.
And that feels good, but you know on their side of the field, all they're thinking is finish this drive off because they took it away, right? So now you get it back on their heels a little bit. Now go down, put a touchdown out. Look out. You've won the mental battle early in the game, and that may carry over for you.
No score after one on EA Sports. It's 2nd and 7 from the 9. They'll run out of the gun with Pacheco. And they get him behind the line, so that short gain on first down quickly negated. They'll wind up losing 3. And now it's 3rd down. They'll come to the line here needing 9 yards to pick up the first. Now Mahomes. And this is going to be incomplete.
So it looked like maybe his 3rd or his 4th read on his progression. Just trying to find his outlet man that time. Ends up leading him just a bit too much.
Butker's kick here is good. And the Chiefs are out to a 3-0 lead. So, Charles, they get to them with their first turnover of the game and then make it hurt a little bit extra with a field goal.
And anytime you give the ball up, what's the first thing a coach tells his defense? Don't let them score off of this. You've got to put out the fire. In fact, in 2021, that's what one NFL coach termed his defense. The firemen. Go out there, guys, and don't let them put some points on the board.
The Lions offense ready to kick off their next drive. They threw an interception the first time they had the football, only gave up 3 points off of that, so it shouldn't be a difficult hole to overcome.
It really shouldn't, as long as you're not listening to the chatter coming from the other side, because when you throw a pick, look, I know defensive backs, they have a tendency to be a little bit loud after they take one away, but they also have a tendency to gamble a little bit more, thinking they'll get a second one. Maybe they can take advantage of that with some double moves.
11 yards there, and a line first down.
They ran that one well, and not only did they pick up a nice chunk of yardage on the screen, they sent a message to the defense. Rush the passer all you want, but you better be careful. We can hit you going back the other direction.
He gets this out wide to Gibbs. Only able to gain a couple there, and it's 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 8 at the 41-yard line.
To throw is gone. And this one is going to be off the mark, too far out in front.
This is a half where not just the coverage, but the entire defense is setting the tone in this game.
So the failure to connect on 2nd down, that leaves them staring up here at a 3rd and 8. And now the ball's out, fumble near midfield. And it's picked up by the Chiefs. And the return this time will go out to the 42-yard line.
Recovered by Kansas City.
Now after the fumble recovery, it's Mahomes. This one complete. It's Rashee Rice. And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds.
Rashee Rice
to settle for 3 last drive, hoping this second go-around ends in 6. In good position, 1st and 10.
Flush to his right. And he is out of bounds. Looks like right at the 15. They'll wind up getting right about 4 there on the scramble, and it's 2nd down.
Second quarter, 2 minutes remain. 3-0 our score. Now 2nd and 5. Now the fan favorite, this is Carson Steele.
And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there.
Now a 3rd and 6.
And it's 3rd down.
Shotgun snap to Mahomes. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he takes this into the end zone for a Chiefs touchdown. Xavier Worthy, a 15-yard touchdown grab. And they are able to add on to their advantage. Andy Reid never one to shy away from taking chances. He'll go for 2.
The Chiefs will set up for the 2-point conversion.
Mahomes will throw for it. And he will get into the end zone. So the lead stretches from 9 up to 11. Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away.
Butker to kick off for Kansas City.
And a nifty return there all the way across the 40.
Any return that gets you to midfield is a great return. 1 first down, you're almost in field goal position.
1st and 10 here, and you know, if they could just get 3 out of this, something about whittling it to a 1-score game at half that might provide a psychological boost. Going underneath, Gibbs has it.
That's good for a gain of 6. And that'll bring up 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 4 at the 47-yard line.
Goff now looks to throw. Throw left side complete. That's Gibbs. The Lions will use the first of their timeouts as they stop it here with just under 40 ticks to go in this first half.
But it certainly made a point of getting him involved in the passing game here in the first half. They must have seen something in the scouting that said, hey, we can capitalize on him getting the ball possibly in the open field. And I think in the second half, that may loosen up the defense a little bit to get the running game going back inside.
The Lions now going to use the second of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 33 seconds to go in the first half.
Chiefs 30-yard line.
To the air again. Goff. Pass caught. It's Williams. And they will eventually get him down, but he's inside the 5 all the way to the 3. A very solid gain of 27. First and goal, and they got to be thinking a chance to get right back into this football game. In motion goes Patrick. There's Laporta. He's got it. Touchdown Lions. A great effort there as the first half is winding down. And the Lions are able to cut into this lead in the final seconds of the first half. Extra point right down the middle. And the lead is down to 4. So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. And they will wrangle it down a couple yards shy of the 30.
The Chiefs make over 1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line.
KC offense out of the huddle, ready for their next drive. And with Mahomes under center, anything's possible. Watch out for the deep ball. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. And this offense going to elect to burn a timeout with 5 seconds remaining in quarter number 2. Final shot before the half from Mahomes. On the run, he'll let this go deep right side. Into a double team, and it's intercepted. It's Brian Branch with it. And he will be out of bounds with no time remaining on what will be the final action of this first half. Halftime coming up. Let's get you down to Orlando and our buddy Scott Hansen with our EA Sports Halftime Report. Ready for the start of the third quarter. The Chiefs have the lead and set to receive the football. And that'll be a little too hot to handle as it will skip through the end zone for a touchback here. The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. Working from the gun, Mahomes escaping the pressure right. Well, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. And the return here is stopped at the 35-yard line. Not the way you envision things to start out the third quarter. One play and already a turnover.
It's interesting. You and I were talking with the coach, and he talked about how at halftime, as a play caller, he wanted to make sure he got a new script going for the second half, not just the one that he operated off of to start the game. Nowhere on that script did it have that result.
After the loss to start out, here's 2nd and 11. Goff now to throw. That'll be caught. It's St. Brown. And he gets this one inside the 15, just a yard or two shy of the 10. From down at the 12, it's 1st and 10.
First and 10 at the 12-yard line.
And off to Gibbs, headed right here. And they'll lose yardage here. Knocked back to the 19-yard line.
McDuffie on the tackle.
Boy, that is a 7-yard loss. 2nd down, Williams. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And that'll bring up a 3rd and 11 situation. Backed up here, tough spot, needing 11 yards to pick up the first. Goff now looking to throw. Setting up the screen. This is Gibbs. It'll be a loss of 2, maybe 3 on the play. And that's going to bring up a 4th down.
No surprise they decided to throw on 3rd down. A little bit of a surprise that they completed the pass and lost yardage on the play.
Here we go on 4th. Goff. Yeah, he's got it. And now this is going to depend on the spot. And they say he's just short. The Lions turned away on 4th down. And it'll be a turnover on downs. The KC offense out of the huddle, ready for their next drive. They'll start the drive here with Pacheco. And he's going to be taken down shy of the 5-yard line. They work now on 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
Mahomes going to throw. Rolling to his left. And he'll be out of bounds past the 10-yard line. 8 yards that time, able to take off, and the result is a 1st down. Looking to throw is Mahomes. That's into the hands of Worthy. Loose inside the 30. Inside the 10. And all the way in for a Kansas City touchdown. And Xavier Worthy with his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And the Chiefs are able to add on to that lead. Extra point by Butker is on target. And that pushes the lead up to 11. Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away. And that is over the back line of the end zone. It's a touchback. And they'll bring this out to the 35-yard line. The Detroit offense ready to begin their drive. Here's Goff. Oh, it's a screen pass. That's complete. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. A gain of 11 to kick off the drive, and it's a quick 1st down.
Well, they certainly have their share of troubles running the football in this one, but this play is almost an extension of the running game right here. They set up the screen, let him work out in space on the perimeter, and he turns it into a big pickup.
Now Goff. Williams brings it in. Now he's loose down the left sideline. And he takes this one in for the Lions. Touchdown. Jamison Williams, 53 yards. And the Lions are able to cut into this deficit here in the final minute of the third. No going for two. They'll kick the point after. Extra point splits the uprights. And the lead is down to 4. The kickoff unit is out on the field, and they will send this one away. And they'll let that one go as it skips through the back of the end zone for a touchback. The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. Pretty important third quarter drive for them. Momentum has sort of shifted the other direction after that last touchdown as they nurse this small lead. The drive starting with a first down, 11 yards on that pickup.
Gain of 11 on the play. And the first down, Chiefs.
And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the third quarter has come to a close. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. On first down, they go back to Pacheco. And he's going to get it across the midfield stripe into Lion territory. 5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5. Mahomes now to throw. Got a man. It's Brown. And he spins past him and into space. And it's going to be another first down as they'll get him to the ground at the Lions' 27-yard line.
21 yards. First down, Kansas City.
Headed straight, it's Pacheco. Trying to run inside, but nothing there. They'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
It's a loss of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 11 at the 28-yard line.
Now here's Mahomes, rolling to his right. That'll be caught by Rice. And it's going to be another first down as they'll get him to the ground at the Lions' 15-yard line. Pacheco gets it, tries the left side. And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. Tackled there by Alex Anzalone. 2nd and 10.
At the 14-yard line.
From the gun, it's Mahomes. He can't get him down. And he's got this inside the 10 to the 9 before he's out of bounds.
And a nice gain and a broken tackle along the way. And really, we shouldn't be surprised, should we? That's what runners do, especially the best ones. They break tackles and gain extra yardage.
Yeah, this pass broken up. Excellent coverage there on third down, as that was not an easy one to hold on to.
My first thought is surprise, because that's one of the better tight ends around, and I've seen him pull in balls like this before. But how about a little credit to the defense forcing that incompletion?
And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. The Chiefs tried it, but they're turned away on fourth down. And that will force a turnover on downs. The Lions offense ready to kick off their next drive. Gone. And can they take advantage? Their defense got the fourth down stop, and now they're hoping to find the end zone. A field goal wouldn't be enough to erase this fourth quarter deficit. The fourth quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a one-score game.
First and 10 at the 23-yard line.
Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts still remain. Here's first and 10 now. Back to throw. Goff. St. Brown on the catch. And he'll get this one way out just shy of the 45-yard line.
It's a gain of 20.
And This is obviously a spot where you lean on your stars. Get the ball to them in open space and let them do what they do.
Goff. Oh, and that's going to sabotage their comeback plans. It is intercepted. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown. Charles, we've seen him target one of their main weapons time and time again. Maybe they went to that well too many times there.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to determine how many times is too many, because how many times have we seen a team go and play and say, until they stop us, we'll keep going. Well, they got stopped on that one, and it cost them 6 points.
The Lions take over first.
We're about 15 miles or so west of downtown Phoenix at State Farm Stadium in the Arizona suburb of Glendale. Coming up, we've got what should prove to be a good one, as it'll be the New England Patriots taking on the Arizona Cardinals. Set to go now on a beautiful sunny afternoon. And we are underway here on EA Sports. And it's a pretty good return here as they get this up to the 29.
Cardinals take over first and 10 at their own 29-yard line.
Now Murray off play action. There's a short one caught by Ryman. And he'll go out near midfield at the 49. 19 yards right off the bat. And a quick first down.
That's good for a Cardinals.
First carry for James Conner. And he stopped immediately there. Robert Spillane able to bring him down. Now a second and 10.
Brings up second and 10 at their 49-yard line.
Now Murray. And he goes down. It's a Patriot sack. Marcus Jones able to run him down for a loss of 12 that time. But you know it's never easy to get Kyler Murray down to the ground, and to do it with a sack on their first drive, what a great tone setter defensively.
Oh, and no one's celebrating more than the defensive coordinator, because that's all he's preached all week long. Keep him hemmed in. Don't let him get into the open field and create big plays with his feet.
And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Arizona. Michael Wilson, 62 yards. And the Cardinals are on the board first here this afternoon. Extra point by Ryland, up and good. And that makes the score 7-0. Ryland now following the touchdown, back out to kick it away. And they will not get a chance to return this one. It's through the back of the end zone for a touchback. Now whistles come in. We're going to get a timeout here by the offense. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter. Looking to put a drive together. They'll run it. This is Ramondre Stevenson. And this defense not giving him anything there. Maybe a yard up to the 36. From the shotgun, it's May. Hunter Henry brings it in. And he'll be out of bounds just shy of the 40. 22 yards on the catch and run, a first down.
And the Patriot first down.
May now off the bootleg. Sliding out of the pocket. And that is caught on the right sideline, but out of bounds, says the line judge. The throw took him a little too far. It's second down. Looking to throw. May. And Diggs has it. They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4.
And I think this is a route we'll see more of as this game goes on, because with his speed, they want to get him the ball in space on drag routes just like this. They want him to get the ball and run after the catch. Good job there, though, holding him for a short gain.
He'll dump this down to Stevenson. And he gets it down a yard or 2 shy of the 30 before he's out of bounds. And just 3 yards on the catch there. He couldn't get away. And that's going to make it 4th down. Now May on the sneak. Credit there goes to those guys up front.
It certainly does, but we're also seeing how quarterbacks are doing it nowadays on the sneak. When I played high school ball, my coach John Ford used to say, just get down behind those guys and pick up the first down.
Rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. And the Cardinals will take over here just shy of the 30. Well, when I looked down, he was kind of shaking his head right after he threw that pass. What did you see?
Well, from a defense's perspective, anytime you have your eyes back towards the quarterback, you're in a position to make a play on the ball, whether it's a big-time play by you or an overthrow by the quarterback. You have a much better opportunity.
And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. Stuck for a loss by Christian Barmore.
With his size, he's a tough man to bring down, but they do a nice job there stopping his progress and not allowing him to get back to the line of scrimmage.
From the gun, Murray. He'll get that complete to Harrison. And he'll be taken down, but not before they reach the 50. Good work after the catch, going to net him 23 and a first.
Well, as a coach, you absolutely love seeing your offense find their rhythm early, and that's exactly what we've seen so far. They had a touchdown on their opening drive, and now they connect here for another nice gain for a first down. This offense is moving the ball well, exactly as they drew it up in practice.
Trying to find a lane, but instead he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and no more. No gain on the play. It'll be second down.
At the 50-yard line.
Here's Murray from midfield. Dancing to his left. 6 yards there off the scramble, but it'll still leave him with a third down. After 1, 7-0 on EA Sports. Back in Arizona, second quarter action. It's the Cardinals in possession, as they've got it with a third down coming up. Here's Murray. And it's taken in by his big tight end. And he's going to have the Cardinals first down by about 3 yards or so as they wind up getting 7 there on 3rd and 4.
As an unbiased observer, I think it would have been interesting to see what they would have done if they hadn't gotten the first down there. But since they did, I guess the point is moot.
And they're right there in that middle ground, field goal range, punt, go for it. But as you said, they picked it up. He's brought down in the red zone at the 18 after a gain of 18. 1st and 10.
So many times in my career, I've heard coaches talk about as we're there at the catch and we get guys on the ground, we can live with that. But if you're going to give up 10, 12, 15 yards after the catch, then your defense is going to be in a lot of trouble. The coverage keyed in on him since that last completion his way. He earned a little more attention on that route, and that made it a lot tougher to get a clean throw his way.
Again, they'll throw with Murray. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively, and now it brings up third down. Right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the first down and move the chains. Caught by Wilson. And they're going to mark him down short, maybe by about a yard, if that.
An 8-yard pickup brings up fourth down.
Murray sets to throw on fourth. That's to his running back, complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. They only needed a few inches, and they didn't get much more than that, but by about the width of a shoelace, they convert on fourth down. Here's Murray as he sets to throw. And down he goes. Pressure gets him back at the 14. Milton Williams breaking through to get him to the ground. It's a loss of 7. It's second and goal, but now all the way back at the 14. Murray now. Steps away to his left. And he's going to be brought down just shy of the 5 at the 6. Give him 7 there on the tuck and run, and they're in better shape now for third. I thought they were going to sack him there like they did on first down. Great coverage, but he found a way to move with his legs.
Yeah, his ability to take off, not only did he get some yardage back, he got a little bit extra.
Not what you wanted there. It goes as a sack and a loss of a yard, and now it's fourth and goal. 2 minutes on the clock, second quarter, 7-0 ball game. So on fourth down, out comes Chad Ryland for the Arizona field goal. And his kick is good. So another scoring drive there, Charles, and an early 2-score lead.
You'd like the 6 there, partner, but you'll take the 3, and I think they have to be happy about the way they moved the ball in these first 2 drives. They have to feel good about their opportunities the rest of the game.
And that'll be a little too hot to handle as it will skip through the end zone for a touchback here.
I should probably sign a head, boy, because I got all the heads, boy. All that Drake, you got a chip. I be on my little mouse drip.
New England with a first down as they begin the drive. They find themselves down 10-0 early after the interception on their opening drive led to a field goal.
So now they've got to pick up the mantle a little bit. You mentioned the team's down 10. They've got to contribute to that. How are they going to get their team back into this ball game? Run the offense that you think is going to be effective and execute it at a high level.
To throw, it's May. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
There's an incompletion, partner, and the struggles through the air continue because so far their lack of passing production has led to a lack of points.
And a gain of 4 gets him right to the midfield stripe. Here's 3rd and 6. From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw. No gain on the play. And that'll bring up 4th down. Now the Patriots will use the second of their timeouts as they stop it prior to what will be an important 4th down. This offense converted once on 4th down earlier. Now they're out there again to try once more.
Yep, 45, here goes. Crazy.
They'll try and throw forward May. Got his man complete over the middle. It's Henderson. The Patriots will take their 3rd and final timeout as they'll get a chance to talk it over after picking up the first down. A 1st and 10 here, and you know, if they could just get 3 out of this, something about whittling it to a 1-score game and a half that might provide a psychological boost. And they're going to be set up down around the 15-yard line. A good pickup there, 26 yards. Creeping up on a minute to play in this first half. Here's May. Throw right side, taken in by Gibson. So the completion good for 6 yards. And that'll make it second down. Throwing here is May. And that'll be incomplete.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this defense because their coverage has been playing at a shutdown level so far. Even backed up late, they're forcing incompletions and fighting to keep them at the end zone as the first half winds down.
This will be play number 9 of the drive here as they need 4 yards on third down. They'll try and run for the first with Stevenson. And not going to be able to push this forward. He runs into a wall right at the line of scrimmage. Fourth down. Here's May. And it's going to be batted down. And we'll go the other way with the football. The Patriots come up empty on fourth down. And this 10-play drive winds up yielding nothing. Arizona's offense at the line, ready to get their drive started. And with a 2-score lead already, they may just look to get this thing to the locker room. Out of the gun, here's Murray. Flushed out right. A short one here, caught by McBride. And he'll take this across the 25 before going out of bounds. 17 yards on the catch and run. It's a first down.
First and 10 at the 27-yard line.
In motion left is Wilson. And now whistles and a flag. And I think we got a jump here. Jumping all the way from the outside, maybe getting a little early start in the corner blitz.
And the only time it makes sense to get that penalty is exactly as you described. Otherwise, he should never get that penalty.
Throwing now is Murray. Goes right back to McBride. The Cardinals going to use the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 18 seconds to go in the first half.
That's good.
I got a kick out of that one, partner. You and I talk often about trying to hide receivers in certain situations, but a guy of his size can't really hide him. But the tight end drag route, definitely an effective way to sneak him across the formation for an easy completion and a first down.
And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. Now the Cards going to call another timeout, their second. So that means they're down to 1 remaining here as we head toward halftime. And Wilson in motion left. Here's Murray. Forced out to his left. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly blocked down. But a nice little gain. Now a timeout. 7 seconds left in the first half. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the first down. From the gun on third down, Murray. Tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. And the Patriots are going to take possession here at their own 47-yard line. They'll throw now on the final play. Open man is Kendrick Bourne. Now he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35. Time for a break. We've hit halftime. 2 quarters down. 2 still remain. We step aside. This is the NFL on EA Sports.
Chad Ryland to kick off for Arizona.
10-0 is our score as we get started again on EA Sports. And they'll let that one go as it skips through the back of the end zone for a touchback. The Pats at the line, ready to go. And right out of the gate, they face what you'd think could be a pretty important drive.
would say so. You know, they're down 2 scores. That's not the end of the world. It wasn't the strongest of first halves, but for them to start clawing back, they've got to start putting a little pressure on that defense, start cutting into this deficit. You can't have 3 and outs and expect to get that done.
And he's got his man in stride, complete. This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down. To the air, May. He's got his target. That's complete. And he will have a Patriots first down, I do believe. Yes, he's got it by about a yard there on 3rd and 3. They'll throw with May. And the pressure will bring him down here. The Cardinals get home for the sack. Don't need it all back at once, but you figure they're going to need something here. 17 yards to go on 2nd down. They'll roll him out right. And just not enough on the throw there. Down around his feet and incomplete.
His impatience has to be bubbling over, trying to find a way to get his team to the end zone for the first time. He did find a way to break, contain, and get outside to buy his receivers a little extra time, but the connection couldn't be made on that throw.
And they'll get this across midfield, but not nearly close to a first down as he stopped at the 48. They're going on 4th down. May. He's going to drop this one down to Gibson. And he will have a first down here at about the 40. They go play action with May. Completes it to Douglas. And all the way inside the 15 before they drop him. A good pickup there, 26 yards. Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10. Looking to throw, May. And his throw here is going to be incomplete.
Just what they need, a lecture from May, but subpar offense is what helped get them into this spot. And now they're continuing the trend with incompletions. That won't get them out of it if they don't change something soon.
That's out to the flat for Gibson. And he was able to shed one tackle but could not get away from there. Here comes 3rd down and 7. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. He's got the connection over the middle to Diggs. And he'll take it into the end zone for a Patriot touchdown. Stephon Diggs, a 9-yard touchdown grab. And the Pats have got it back to within a score. Point after, right down the middle. And that'll cut it to 3 at 10-7. Following the touchdown, Borregales back out to send this one away. Oh, a dangerous return man showing it here. And a nifty return there all the way across the 30.
And that's the kind of return you're looking for. To get to that spot on the field, that allows you to do a lot of things on offense.
Ready to go with their next drive, and at the line, the Cardinal offense. And maybe some renewed pressure on this unit following the touchdown a moment ago. It's back to a 1-score game.
And because of that pressure, because it's now a 1-score game, they know this is where you need to slow the momentum change, because otherwise that could overrun your team. You've got to be careful right here.
Delivers on the crosser to McBride. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 2. At the Patriots 30.
Now Murray. Under pressure, and down he goes. Christian Barmore getting in there to drop him.
This is a little hard for me to compute because I'm watching sack after sack happen, but somehow they're still behind in the game. I would expect all of this defensive pressure to translate to them taking a lead. Thus far, it hasn't happened. Time's winding down. They don't want to waste this type of performance from these ace pass rushers.
So the completion good for just 3. And it'll be 4th down. They're going for it. It's Murray. And he's brought down. Can't do anything with a football. It's a sack and a turnover on downs. The Cardinals unable to convert there on 4th down. And this defense is going to get the football back near midfield, right at the 48. New England with a first down as they begin the drive. This game, it has obviously been all about the defense on both sides of the football. Which offense is going to break through here? We'll see if they can do it on this drive. A gain of 11 to kick off the drive, and it's a quick first down.
And that's the kind of play this offense needs to maybe kick them into gear a little bit. They've been stuck in neutral much of the game. Perhaps that can give a little bit of confidence that big plays are out there.
And they will only muster a yard here to the 38.
I have to think a major focus of the halftime meetings had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain blocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secured before they slide off and try and chip someone at the second level.
Welcome back to the desert. We're in Glendale. It's been a very hotly contested game to this point. Just a field goal separating these two teams as we get set for the 4th quarter. 38-yard line, 2nd and 9. On play action, May. Rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Jalen Thompson picks it. There he goes, left side. Down the left sideline. And they will score. It's a pick 6 for the Cardinals touchdown. An excellent play there, CD, on the pick 6. And I think were they a nickel? Did they have an extra DB out there?
Yeah, Brandon, I think they were in standard nickel, not the Buffalo as teams like to call it, meaning 3 safeties with big nickel. They just want to take away the quarterback's throwing lanes, and that's exactly what they did and came through the big-time pick 6.
And they will not get a chance to return this one. It's through the back of the end zone for a touchback. The Pats at the line, ready to go. We'll see if they can band back together after the pick 6. It hurt badly, but still within striking distance. A 2-score game with a good chunk of time on the clock. It'll be a gain of 5, and that will bring up 2nd down.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd down 5 at the 40-yard line.
Now back to throw. Going deep for Diggs. And he's going to be intercepted a 3rd time. Picked off by Will Johnson. And the Cards are going to get the football here as he gets this up past the 20-yard line. But here in the 4th quarter, defensively, you know that you're just going to blanket the field with defensive backs and say, okay, take your best shot. And that time, it's intercepted.
And we've often seen teams go into the prevent early, way too early, and sometimes they get too soft in their coverages, but not in this case. They understood the situation and played it with the proper aggression.
That's Keon White, who worked his way in and made the play. Got to figure now, after getting that turnover, they're just going to be happy to keep the ball on the ground, right?
This is where covering the football, taking care of the ball, all the ball security terms that have ever been used, they come into play for the guys on offense right now. Just take care of it, and they've got a good chance of ending up winning this game.
That pass completed to Dortch. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. The Cardinals on 3rd down. They've converted just 2 for 6 thus far. Here it's 3rd and 2. To throw, it's Murray. He'll buy some time right. And he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line. 4 yards there as they let him out of the pocket, and he got enough for the first. So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. Now Connor on the toss left side. And he'll rumble for about 5, up close to the 40. And that one was relatively easy to see. I noticed that from up here.
Yeah, it doesn't take a whole lot, does it? Sometimes you get multiples. What I always love on these offsides is when each side points at the other. Hey, you did it. No, you did it. They deciphered that one correctly.
Screen pass to Connor. And he'll be stopped right at midfield. It's a gain of 11 and a Cardinal first down.
Cardinals first down. First and 10 at the 50-yard line.
Murray again. This is Connor. And he's going to be hemmed in and brought down right at the line of scrimmage. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up second and 11. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. You'd have to think likely another running play coming here. Second and 11.
Green.
To throw is Murray. The Pats are going to get there. Down he goes. Now the Patriots going to use one of their timeouts. It's just their first. They've got 2 more to use here in the final stages. Murray to throw. Looking left side, and he's got a man. That's Connor. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield at the 49-yard line. Whistles now and a timeout. So defensively, they burn it here with 1:51 left. Here comes the Cardinals punter now. And surprisingly, this is the first punt of the game for either team. Yeah, he was looking for the checkup bounce, didn't get it. That scoots all the way into the end zone now for a touchback. Here's first and 10. They go back to the air here after the INT on the last drive. Walter Nolan in there to take him down, and the clock will roll. Play action, May. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
Tell you what, partner, after he ices down, he's going to be a nice long soak in a hot tub after this one. He's been under duress the entire game.
And once again, hit as he throws. Fortunate that one wound up incomplete. And that is incomplete. But the pressure there on third down, forcing the errant pass. Fourth down coming up. They'll try and throw for it with May. Now a desperation throw deep downfield. He's got a man, complete. One timeout at their disposal, but more pressing is the need for 2 scores, obviously. Here's first and 10.
And the Patriot first down.
To throw, it's May. Got the connection here to Bourne. The Patriots will take their third and final timeout as they stop it here with 1:07 remaining. Here's May. This one to Bourne, and he's got it. And they will eventually get him down, but he's inside the 5 all the way to the 3. Throwing here is May. And this is caught now for a late touchdown. So hold everything here. This one's not over yet. Okay, game on. Don't go anywhere yet. You got a 1-score game now. Probably going to rely on the onside kick coming up.
Yeah, they have to. It's not a high percentage play, but it's better than not having a chance at all. And that's when you put your leapers and your flyers on one side, get that high hop, and hope that one of the guys can come up with it.
And on the other side, get that hands team ready.
No doubt about it.
So there is still time, a little over 50 seconds to go, but this becomes a critical onside kick. And the Cardinals have got it, so that should just about put an end to this one. They had to go for it with no timeouts remaining, though now. This one's as good as over.
They gave it an effort. They tried their best, did everything they could to try and get the ball on the onside kick. You're exactly right. They had to try it. It was their only option. And now this game is done. Just take it, kneel, and call it a day.
And the hole closes quickly here. He can fight only to about the 4.
That's good power football on first and goal. A lot of teams will throw from there, but that's a
a nice job to chew up a few more yards and get yourself closer to the goal line.
Counter. Oh, he's going absolutely nowhere as he is hit behind the line. What a ball game this was. What an atmosphere this was. And the home team getting the late touchdown, getting the victory, and now everybody in this building can file away with smiles on their faces.
And what do real estate people...
Banked by the Ohio River and the city's abundance of hills. We're at Paycor Stadium here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Today, we're ready for an entertaining battle. It's the Carolina Panthers and the Cincinnati Bengals. Matthew Wright set to get this one started. And away we go in Cincinnati. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game.
Ready?
So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10.
Here we go. Stop. 11. Stop.
Right to the air, Burrow. Broke him out right as the defense got to him. That's an incomplete pass.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
On 2nd and 10, Burrow again. Has it downfield, working the left. And he's going to be taken down, but plenty of damage already done.
You know what I like about that kick? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for dinking and dunking the ball.
1st and 10 now. Here's Burrow. Headed out right. He can run it. And he takes it inside the 35 before heading out.
You know, once a play breaks down, you're just looking for a running lane, and then you're looking for that first down marker. He found one of the two, but the defense and that effort swarming after him, well, it denies the first down.
11 MT. 11.
2nd and 4. Finds him over the middle. And they bring him down after the play reaches the 26. Call it 7 yards on the play, and that's enough for the first down.
Bengals, first down. 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line.
Play action now. Burrow. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up. We get a timeout now from the Bengals. That's going to be their first. And after using an early one, 2 left for him to spend.
On one, ready?
All right, here we go. Second down.
Gun. Stop. 180. 11 mighty. 11 mighty. 11 mighty. 11 mighty.
Another try following the sack. And they bring him down after the play reaches the 26. Offense up to the line fast.
It's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 9.
12. 11 MT. Tate. 11 Thomas.
On third down, here's Burrow. Put some heat on this deep ball. Left side. And the catch is made. Touchdown, Cincinnati. The Bengals finish up an excellent opening series. It's a Jamar Chase touchdown. That one splits the uprights. And the Bengals will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Here's McPherson on to handle the kickoff. Return coming from the 6. This makes it up to the 25. Cincinnati uses its second timeout. And after burning a couple early, they're down to 1 to work with now. Panthers look just about ready. 1st and 10.
Ready.
On the ground, Chuba Hubbard gets it. I'd say the defense will take this today. They're across the line, handing them a loss. First play of the game. Offense to the line for second down.
At the 23-yard line.
Here we go. Ready?
Shotgun snap now to Young. Short pass brought in. And good tackle, but a flag is down, likely against the defense. So a big self-inflicted error as that personal foul moves the ball forward quite a bit. Young on 1st and 10. Thielen's got it. It's complete. Well, no look on his first look of the game. So second down coming up.
And I think that's a little taster, a little entree of what's to come for this wide receiver. He's going to have to make some plays into some contested coverages, and he could do it right there.
On second down, it's Hubbard. We got away from a couple of defenders, but they just kept coming. This one's going to end the loss, Brock.
That's got to be so frustrating for the runner. You're fighting the good fight. He even ripped through a tackle to stay afloat, but the blocking can't buy you enough time or room to even get back to the line of scrimmage.
That's him on a quick hitter. And he's tackled after getting this to the opposing 46. Working quickly here.
It's a pickup of 14. But it brings up 4th down.
4th down. Young throwing. Oh, shouldn't let that one go. It's intercepted. Demetrius Knight has it. And the Bengals take over after forcing the first turnover of this ball game. Good starting field position awaits the Bengals as they get set for 1st and 10.
Big 13.
First give of the game here to Chase Brown. Cuts it to the right sideline. And he'll bring it into the end zone. Touchdown, Cincinnati. The Bengals parlay the interception into points. McPherson at the point after. Right down the middle. It's good. And the Bengals right out to an early 14-0 lead. Here's McPherson on to handle the kickoff. Has this at the 6. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. Carolina offense to the line. Here's 1st and 10. Interception last drive doesn't deter them. They're going right back to the air. Nowhere around. He's got space. And the Bengals will return this well into the red zone before he's brought down. So their second drive ends just the way their first one did, Brock. And if you are the coach down there, man, you've got to be fuming.
Yeah, so frustrated, right? 2 drives in, you still can't get your game plan at all. Not a series you're going to keep ending prematurely.
And the catch is made. Touchdown, Cincinnati. The Bengals pick it off and get points on the ensuing drive. Extra point added on by McPherson. And the Bengals push their lead to 21-zip already. Here's McPherson on to handle the kickoff. Starting at the 10. He's brought down just inside the 25. All right, working from the gun to Suggs. 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing, and unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. 2nd down coming up. Motioning left is their running back. Buys time, rolling right. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here.
Here we go.
Young working from the gun. On the move, headed right. And this is going to be incomplete. Great looking catch, but he lost track of that sideline and went out of bounds. We've got 4th down. Offense staying out there. Looks like they're going for it. They're going for it. Young escapes out to the left. They'll make a bid for it on the ground. Left the offense out there on 4th down, Brock, and look at the result. A big gain. They got 15 and the 1st. Trying to get outside with Hubbard. And he's officially in enemy territory. Now they're going to give him the opposing 49.
He's across midfield.
That's the end of one, and yikes, things looking a little out of hand already. 21-0 our score. We're back to Paycor Stadium right after this. We're ready to go with the 2nd quarter. It's Panthers football. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. Catch made by Chuba Hubbard. And they get there to take him down right around the 41.
These intermediate gains, that's the wheelhouse for these two to connect on. Start the series off well. It sure keeps the defense on its toes in case they try to load up and just simply cover the receivers.
From the pistol, it's Young. Getting out to his left. Catch made over the middle. And he'll be brought down at about the 29. It's a gain of 12 there. And it'll give the Panthers a 1st down. Out of the gun, Young. That'll be incomplete to start the new set of downs. No luck finding his receiver that time. And it's going to be 2nd down. Well, even with the pick on that last drive, partner, he is showing no hesitation whatsoever.
Well, in order to play this game, Kate, at this level, you've got to be aggressive. You can't let a previous mistake really affect your next decision. I say this as well. In the NFL, you throw in the coverage too many times, you get more interceptions.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down.
10 cycles.
Here's Young again. And that's a win for the pass rush. Shit as he threw it, leads to the incompletion. 4th down coming up. Well, they're in a pretty big hole already, Brock. They're going to pass on the field goal and keep chasing that touchdown. To the air, yet again. Young escapes the pocket. Oh, he's going to run. That ball is out. Young lost it. And this one goes out of bounds. But whether they recovered or not, it doesn't matter. Possession still changes with a turnover on down. Burrow now on 1st down. He's going deep this time. A lot of guys there, and it's intercepted. We'll take the interception back inside the 35 before he goes out of bounds. First call here coming from the shotgun. Now Young. Throwing deep for the end zone. And he has the catch. Gets both feet in. That's a touchdown. The Panthers parlay the interception into points. Xavier Legette with the touchdown. Extra point try is good by Wright. And the Panthers get it back to a 14-point game. Wright ready to send this one away. And that kickoff is into and then out of the end zone. So we got a touchback. This drive will start at the 35. Good starting field position awaits the Bengals as they get set for first and 10. Off the play fake. Burrow connects on the crosser. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. A new set of downs awaits him. Here's first and 10.
First and 10 at the 47-yard line.
Burrow out of the shotgun. Right back to Chase. And he's going to be drugged down. Looks like at that 37-yard line. That's 16 on the pickup. And it sets up a Cincinnati first down.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
Markers reset. Ball at the 37.
11 Thomas.
On first down, here's Burrow. He isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. Offense in the hurry up here.
Brings up second and 16 at the 42-yard line.
After the sack, another pass on second down. And they make the stop. We're going to say at about the 37-yard line.
On one, ready?
Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11.
Gun. Start. 18. 11. Start.
From the gun on 3rd down, it's Burrow. And that one's too far in front of him, so now they're facing 4th down. Couldn't find Jamar Chase on that throw. And that brings up 4th and long. And that offense isn't budging. They're going for it.
Here we go. Start. 11 MT.
Burrow trying on 4th down. On the quick slant here, it's Higgins. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. They stun the defense with a gain of 14 on 4th down and kick up the first.
Here we go.
This has been a trend, yet another interception. And the Panthers will take over along the midfield stripe after a terrific return on top of that interception. Well, they've still got the lead, Brock, but they've been unable to find any separation, and now a couple of drives in a row have ended with interceptions.
Might not have cost them the lead quite yet, Kate, but you just know this offensively. You just continue to make mistakes, errors, turnovers. You give your opponent life. That's not the place you want to be.
First down, Young. No, they get him yet again. Demetrius Knight has it. And the Bengals get it back after making their 3rd first-half interception.
You know what? With yet another interception, you know what it might be time to do, Kate? Just run the takeover. Run it.
Starting out trips right here. First and 10.
Here we go. 180.
Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. On the run right, throwing deep down the side. And he makes the wait. No, he didn't hang on. It falls incomplete.
Okay, this quarterback gets out of the pocket. Genuinely a coin toss whether he's going to keep it with his legs or put in the air. Sigh of relief there defensively as that ball falls incomplete.
On 2nd and 10 now. It's Burrow. And he'll be brought down after getting to the 47-yard line. Final timeout taken by the Bengals. Football on that 47-yard line. First down.
First and 10 at the 47-yard line.
11 MT, Tate. 11 MT, Tate.
of the shotgun, Burrow. And this time they're going to get to him before he can get that pass away as he goes down. A dose of the hurry-up offense here.
Brings up second down at the 47-yard line.
Another try following the sack. Trying for the deep ball. Oh, brother, it's another interception. Trayvon Merrick has it.
They'll take over first and 10 at their own 8-yard line.
Just over 30 seconds left in the half as they come to the line.
Black 40. You, yellow. Black gun.
It's Young, the throw here on first. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
Timing is everything in life, and timing is everything defensively. That throw was just a little bit late and gave the defense time to close, deliver a pop, and knock that ball loose.
Here we go. Set. Cut.
A second down throw for Young. Finds a seam down the middle. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. Now we get a timeout by the Panthers. It's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a first down.
Here we go.
Here's Young on first and 10. That'll be caught by Adam Thielen. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Now Carolina's going to take a timeout. That's its second. New set of downs for him from the 46.
Let's go.
Young on first and 10. And this time they're going to get to him before he can get that pass away as he goes down. Now the Panthers decide to spend their third and final timeout. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half.
When they were in their defensive meetings this week, that's exactly how you draw it up. Play sound zone defense. Give that quarterback nowhere to go. Let that pass rush get home.
Here we go. Ready?
Trying again following the sack. Brought in right side by McMillan. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
A 5-yard pickup on the play.
So that's the halfway point of this edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Brock and I will be back right after this. Here's McPherson on to handle the kickoff. And we'll have to wait at least a few moments longer for an exciting start to this second half. We've got a touchback. So good field position for the Panthers. Starting this drive, first and 10.
Down. Ready.
Young working from the gun. Finds him over the middle. And he's tackled after getting this to the opposing 46. That'll go for an 18-yard gain. And that'll be good for a Carolina first.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. Young on the play action. It's out of harm's way after stringing together some nice yards on that run.
You know, Kate, back in the day, we had a slip and slide in practice for moments just like that. Actually practicing how to slide and get out of harm's way. Nice gain on the play. And denied that defense yet another chance.
Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. On third down, it's Young. Dive in, and he gets his hands underneath for the catch. It's a great pickup, 16 yards, and now they've got first down. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32.
Ready.
To the air on first down, Young. Rolling left, buying some time. He finds Sanders. And they stop him. He's marked down along that 18-yard line. They'll come up first and 10.
Ready.
Working inside the red zone. And set up the screen. It's Hubbard. And he'll get this inside the 10 to the 9.
Hey, you like these results defense on first. That completion right there, right in the window where all options are now available to you on second down. That playbook wide open.
Come on, set.
Sticking in the air, it's Young. Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. And that's going to be an 8-yard gain, it looks like, as it puts them in goal to go.
I'll say this, Kate. This quarterback's got some courage right there. He throws it into double coverage, and he's got a guy there in coverage who's already picked him off, and he don't care. I don't like that gunslinging attitude, but you better be careful the next time around. You get these goal-to-goal situations, the last thing you're thinking offensively is you're going backwards. And to go back 4 yards, well, that's a tip of the cap to that defense.
Shotgun snap now to Young. Forced out to his right.
All right, we'll call that one a draw. He escapes, quarterback does. He avoids taking the sack. He's also denied a gain of any kind.
3rd and goal, they need 3 yards here.
Let's go. 33, yellow. White. Hut.
Out of the gun, Young. Bails out of the pocket quick. And it's incomplete on 3rd and goal. Thought he had a touchdown there. And now it's decision time on 4th and goal. Full quarter to go, but they feel like they got to make their move now. They aren't going for this.
Ready?
4th down, Young. And it's cut in the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina. The Panthers cut into the lead coming out of halftime. Xavier Legette with the touchdown. His 2nd scoring catch of the game. Man, Brock, that defense held up 3 straight plays. They just couldn't come up with the one final stop they needed to get off the field.
And how about this offense? Courage of the offense to run it back for one more snap and make the adjustments on 4th and goal to finally punch it in. Quite the mini little chess match we just saw play out over those last 4 plays.
And just like that, we're back to a one-possession ball game as the kickoff is away. And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. Good starting field position awaits the Bengals as they get set for 1st and 10.
11, right 80. 12.
Burrow from the gun. Catch made by Chase Brown. Free inside the 30. He makes it in for the Cincinnati touchdown. The Bengals lengthen the lead at the end of the 3rd.
I think he'll take his highlights however. He can get him on a handoff, pin off a pass. It really doesn't matter. The important thing is he gets the ball. He gets the touch. And he can do his damage. Big time.
That one right down the middle. The Bengals double their lead to 14. Here's McPherson on to handle the kickoff. He'll take this at the 10. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. Offense showing trips out right as they get set for this 1st and 10.
Here we go.
Back to throw. Here's Young. Flush down out to his left. Oh no, they get him yet again. Logan Wilson has it. And the Bengals take over, and they're already inside the red zone at the 20. Cincinnati into formation. It's 1st and 10.
At the 20-yard line.
Just start. 11 empty. 11 empty. Start.
Here's Burrow. Almost had 6, but can't find him in the end zone. Incomplete. He's been a frequent target throughout this game, Brock. We've seen that coverage tighten up a little bit more on him every time the ball's thrown his way.
Well, hasn't taken him off the board completely. He's still beating them for some catches, but the heightened focus defensively does lead to moments like that one where what would normally be a catch falls incomplete.
And they're going to get this down to the 4 before being stopped. A touchdown aside in that frame as we run out of time in the 3rd quarter. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a 2-score game to begin the 4th. First and goal now as they try to pad this lead.
Here we go.
And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. And that right there is the start of what could be a goal line stand. They hit him for a loss on first and goal. Back to the line they go. It's second down.
At the 6-yard line.
Here we go.
He's got it on the slant. And he's able to get it to the 2 before the stop. Offense up to the line fast.
4 yards on the pickup. It's now third and goal.
11 Thomas.
They'll try it right with Brown. And he runs it across. A city known for its incredible skyline, its nightlife and beaches, today centered around this venue, Hard Rock Stadium here in Miami. Today, a good one in store here. It's the Dallas Cowboys and the Miami Dolphins. All teed up, Brandon Aubrey out for the kick. And here we go from Miami. Washington now to return. They're going to bring him down as he gets it to the 33. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. They'll start the drive with Achan. And he stopped after picking up 9, so they're set up well here, 2nd and 1.
That run may not have gotten you a first, but sure, nice little run to set the table.
Last run got him 9, so now they need one more here on 2nd down. That's caught. Devon Achan. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. 2 yards on the pickup, and it'll be 1st down, Miami.
That's good for Dolphins. 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line.
Achan running to the right. And progress finally halted after he picks up a chunk.
Offense there, Kate, went heavy with that 13 personnel. 1 back, 3 tight ends, and those 3 added blockers. Just the element they needed to spring that run.
And disaster averted. He knocks away the deep ball, incomplete. Trying to connect with Tyreek Hill there. And now they face 2nd down.
44. Ready.
Throwing again. Here's Tua. This is caught by Jalen Waddle. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. So now here's 3rd and 5.
Brings up 3rd and 5.
Tua now from the gun. Finds his back. Achan. And he'll get this down to the 33-yard line. 5-yard gain on the play. And that's going to give the Dolphins a 1st down.
That's good for another Miami Dolphin. 1st and 10 at the 33-yard line.
Tua off the play fake. Able to find Achan. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. Give him an even 10 yards on the play. And it'll be 1st down, Miami.
I know the Combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the Combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. That was the epitome of courage to make that in cut and make the catch.
He won't get beyond the line of scrimmage. Good work by the defense. 2nd down coming up.
Still gain on the play. Brings up 2nd and 10 at the Cowboys' 22-yard line.
throwing now. Tagovailoa. The screen pass falls incomplete. This one intended for the running back. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long.
As quarterback, you love when that screen pass is called. At least I used to. And you want to attract that defense and all those guys coming after you. But you also got to find a throwing lane. And he couldn't do it on that one.
He has the first over the middle. And they have this down to the 11 before being marked down. It's a pickup of 11. And that's going to get the Dolphins a first down.
I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On 3rd down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity. And man, did he make an impact play.
Now a toss play for A.J. Robbed by the first guy he met. No gain on that first down run.
I don't mind that call on the early downs. Give that defense something to think about. You got the inside run between the tackles, and whether it's jet sweeps or a little swing pass, or in that case, a toss, make sure you threaten to the outside.
Under the gun, Tagovailoa. This one's caught. The gain only about 2 before he heads out. That means they're going to face 3rd down.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to 3rd down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
That winds up incomplete and brings an end to our opening quarter. All right, still scoreless through 1 quarter, but that looks like it's going to change pretty soon. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the second. Back to Hard Rock Stadium right after this. All right, they're going for this. I like this being aggressive from the get-go on their opening drive. They send the tight end in motion left. Now Tagovailoa on 4th. Throw caught by his running back. Touchdown, Miami! The Dolphins get the game's first points here in the second. Devon Achane with the touchdown. Extra point is good by Sanders. And they add 1 on to their first touchdown of the contest. Sanders all set to send it away. Choosing to bring it out deep in the end zone. They stop him right as he gets up past the 15. Cowboys just about set. Here comes 1st and 10. Prescott opening with a pass. Chased out to his right. Taking a deep shot there on 1st down. Okay, no luck connecting. It's incomplete.
Those passes get more and more difficult as you try to get aggressive downfield. I love the call. I love pushing the ball down the field. But the windows and the throwing lanes aren't there long. And it only takes a little bit for a throw to be off.
And he's short of the first after a mild gain.
Rhythm. You hear me talk about rhythm a lot. Whether it's a golf swing, a baseball swing, heck, even a bowler gets himself into rhythm. And I'm just telling you, Kate, from experience, these little throws to running backs, it's one of the best things to get your offense into rhythm and a nice little gain on top of it.
It's a new set of downs for him at the 32.
First down.
Going to the ground again on 1st.
This is one of those plays that I wish we had the huddle mic'd up, Kate, because I can assure you that offensive line in their own way is telling that running back, sorry, we did not give you any chance.
Here's 2nd and 11. Completed over the middle. And that will not be enough for a first down.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, give your quarterback a chance.
And ooh, this one does not have a chance. They were ready for that one, and the effort brings up 4th down. Working quickly here. Snap is off, it's Prescott. He's got to his running back. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. It's an 11-yard gain to back up the considerable gamble there on 4th down, and they move those chains. Straight ahead with Williams. And he's not going to manage to get back to the line even. Tackled for a loss. We've got 2nd and 11. Prescott here from the gun. Hits his running back. And defenders arriving in support to finish him off at the line.
He specializes in salvaging broken plays out of the backfield, but even he couldn't get anything out of that one, Kate. That defense, they were all over it.
Prescott now on 3rd down. He had it for a moment, but a complete defensive play to Charlie loose, incomplete. First time this game they've looked to him, and they're going to be stuck with a 4th and long. They're going for it. Here's Prescott. No good. The pass goes incomplete, and that lengthy drive ends with nothing but a turnover on downs. The Dolphins in pretty good field position here as they come up 1st and 10. Tagovailoa working from the pistol. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll take it past the midfield stripe and start to push into Cowboys territory.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, just find a way to get him the ball.
Tua out of the pistol. And this one only manages the yard before coming to an end out of bounds. It's going to be 3rd down.
It may not look like much on the stat sheet, but this is kind of good on good. An offense gets a completion, not going backwards, and the defense, well, they rallied, they pursued, and kept that screen to a minimal gain.
All right, Cowboys showing nickel set, 3rd down. Now Tua to throw. And isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back them up and bring up 4th down. Offense staying out there. Looks like they're going for it. Here we go on 4th down. Tagovailoa. And they'll turn it over on downs as that pass comes up empty and off the field they go.
You know, Kate, I don't think I've ever met a defender that cares. All they want to do is get off the field. Doesn't matter if it's a drop pass, deflection, breakup, even an interception. Challenged by the offense to get one more stop to get off the field, and it's exactly what they did.
Well-timed strike by that defender to knock it free. So it's 2nd down coming up.
It's now 2nd and 10.
Dak out of the pistol. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. The Cowboys signaling for their first time out. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. So not an enviable spot here as they come up on 3rd and very long. And that one's going to fall incomplete. No luck there. Just 11 seconds remaining. Intended target there was CeeDee Lamb. And now they're staring at 4th and long. All right, so they're only going to have enough time for one more snap here before we reach halftime. All right, this is going to be the play that takes us to halftime. He'll throw it. Sheds out for Usher. It's a big strike to Hill. And he's going to set them up with a 1st down on a huge gain. So we're through 2 quarters now. Still a half of football to be played. We'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Sanders all set to send it away. Here's Cavante Turpin on the return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Dallas getting everybody set. They've got 1st and 10. Drive begins with a run. It's Williams. Breaks the tackle. Green grass ahead. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. Only one play in, Brock, and this drive already to midfield. Throwing on first is Prescott. Deep off pass to Williams. And he's going to be drugged down, looks like at that 37-yard line. All right, set now, 1st and 10. From the gun, a carry by Williams. No questioning on that exchange, Brock. He hits for 8 on 1st down.
Some offenses, well, they prefer to go run in that RPO situation. It's a safer call, a little more conservative. But in this case, it gets him just as many yards as a short completion would have.
On 2nd down, a run with Williams. Has some space inside the 15. There it is. Touchdown, Dallas. The Cowboys cut into the lead coming out of halftime. Javonte Williams, the touchdown. That one splits the uprights. And the Cowboys tie this game 7-7. Now after tying this game up, they're all set to send her away. Washington now to return. And great starting field position here as they bring him down beyond the 40.
When you get contributions like that out of your kickoff returner, it is such a boost to an offense. This is about showing no fear, hitting the lane hard, a determined run back, and setting your offense up with great field position.
The Dolphins in pretty good field position here as they come up 1st and 10. Second half begins with a run by A-Chain. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that 1st down play.
When you rush the passer, it's kind of like tracking down a runner. That same pass, same athleticism comes to life. He looked pretty good hunting his prey right there.
Escapes out to the left. To the left side, it's pulled in by Waddle. And he's able to move past the 45 before going out. Here they come. This is 3rd and 5. Tagovailoa now working from the gun. Throws off the rip, but it's incomplete. Looking for his wide receiver there. And that leaves them with 4th and 5. And that offense isn't budging. They're going for it. Looking to throw. Short pass brought in. And he is brought to a stop after he's had plenty of room there to run.
Good offenses. Okay, good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted them. They wanted them in a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, then go to work after it.
Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Tackle made by Trayvon Diggs.
That run's not going to turn many heads, but at the end of the year, I promise you, if you average over 5 yards a run, you can be a Pro Bowler.
Tagovailoa off the play fake. Finds his back, A-Chan. And he's going to be taken down near the 8-yard line. They'll have 1st and goal to go now after they gained 18 on the previous play.
Something out of nothing, Kate, that may as well be listed on his resume because he's so good at it. Caught that one near the line, and after that, it was all him. Turning a modest pass into far more than a modest gain.
Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Looking for his back, Devon Achane there. And that makes it 2nd and goal.
Ready.
Going play action. Tagovailoa. Made the throw as he was getting hit, Brock, and it's incomplete.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
21G, 21G. One more, boys.
On 3rd and goal, it's Tagovailoa. They'll try and force it into the slant. It's intercepted. Deron Bland has it. They'll take over at their own 40 after the turnover. There are costly interceptions, Brock, and then there are interceptions inside the red zone in the second half of a one-score game.
And if there is ever a time where ball security is paramount, it is right now. They made a great play. Don't get me wrong. They deserve a ton of credit right there. But as a quarterback, you cannot risk a turnover. It's touchdown, it's check down, and throw the ball away. You're literally throwing points away with that pick.
He's brought down after a solid gain on what's going to be the final play of the quarter. After 3 quarters, we're still neck and neck. Neither side has been able to fully separate. We're tied at 7 apiece as we get ready for the 4th. So now here's 3rd and 5. Working out of the gun, it's Prescott. Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. 4th down coming up.
The numbers tell us pretty clearly, you get to 3rd and long, extra long, it's really hard to stay on the field. That's disappointing because that was 3rd and manageable and incomplete.
They do snap it. Here's Prescott. And he's caught. He's got Lamb. And he's all the way home. Touchdown, Dallas. The Cowboys take a 4th quarter lead. C.D. Lamb with the touchdown. That one right down the middle. And the Cowboys break that tie and now lead by 7. Aubrey now to kick this one away. Washington now to return. And this drive will start inside the 25.
The Dolphins take over 1st and 10.
All right, Miami has its offense set, partner. Here comes 1st and 10. Here's A-Chain up the middle. That run good for a handful as it brings up 2nd down. Offense in the hurry up here. On play action, here's Tagovailoa. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. 16 yards on the play. And it'll be 1st down, Miami.
Good for a Miami Dolphin. 1st and 10 at the 45.
They bring Westbrook Akine in motion left. 1st down, here's Tua. He's got time here. He isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
It's a loss of 4. Brings up 2nd down at the 42-yard line.
Another try following the sack. Buys time, rolling right. Taken in by Hill, right side. And some excellent work on this play. Takes him a while to get to him downfield.
Do you feel sometimes, Kate, up here in the booth when we get to see things develop? We're playing the same guessing game that defenses are on those kind of plays. Is he planning on keeping it or just waiting for a throw to develop and get open? That time the QB did a terrific job finding that outlet.
Decent yardage picked up here before he slides down to avoid the tackle. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. A-Chain on the inside give. Excellent play defensively as they get to him behind the line. That's going to bring up 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd down.
He's back to throw. Getting out to his left. He's running for it. And he's tackled for a short gain. It's the 2-minute warning from Miami. Dolphins losing by 7. Need to keep this drive going. Here's 4th and inches. Desperation time here. That's Cox. He's got Washington. And this one's brought to an end well downfield from that line of scrimmage.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend, do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. He pushes them a little closer to the 3. The Cowboys signaling for their first time out. So from the 3, here's 2nd and goal.
It's a gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd and goal.
He'll look to throw it. Escapes the pocket. And this is caught. Touchdown, Miami. The Dolphins cut it to a point late in this one. Devon Achane with the touchdown. His 2nd scoring catch of the game. And everyone can breathe easier now. His try is good, and they found a way to tie it late in the 4th. So we've got a tie ball game now as they send this away. Turpin with a return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Cowboys just about set. Here comes 1st and 10. Setting up to pass. Completed over the middle. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. Now Dallas is going to call its 2nd timeout. A jolt to start that drive. They're up near the 45-yard line. They'll give it to Williams on the option. And he's going to be brought down after reaching the 43. Final timeout taken by the Cowboys. A modest amount of time left, Brock, but crucially, no timeouts for him. It's 1st down. Another run for Williams. No repeat success of that last run as he only is able to get back to the line on this play. Cowboys have to get moving here. Clock still running. Here he is to throw. That's him on the quick hitter. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Gotta hurry this to the line. Now to throw. Finds him over the middle. And they get this down to the 28. Cowboys have to get moving here. Clock still running.
It's a gain of 10. 1st down, Cowboys.
And he spikes it here. 18 seconds to go. Second and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Back to throw. On the move, headed right. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. It brings up 3rd down.
Look at how well the coverage held up on that play. Even as the QB escapes the pocket and buys extra time, secondary, well, they got real sticky, stay tight, and force the throw away.
Here he is to throw. Escapes the pocket. No place to go, so he just threw it away.
That may not look like much, and in tomorrow's grade sheet, it'll just be an S for satisfactory. But that's a good decision. Nowhere to go with the ball. Don't put it in harm's way.
And a timeout's called. We'll have likely just a final play. Only 6 seconds remaining in this one. Everything now resting on this try from Brandon Aubrey. It's 45 yards he'll try to connect from. That one is good. And barring the unexpected, that's going to be your game winner.
That field goal gives the lead for the moment, Kate, but you don't feel comfortable when you look up at that scoreboard. This one isn't over, and that lead certainly isn't safe.
So no return this time. This is going to go for a touchback, Brock. Let's see what they do with this final snap. The Dolphins in pretty good field position here as they come up 1st and 10. One final shot here. A bit of desperation on this deep shot. And this one falls incomplete. No miracles on the final drive today. This game is over. So the Cowboys come in and take this one on the road. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. So that'll do it for this one. With Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. The Cowboys are winners as we say so long from Miami. Not far east from the unmistakable buildings of the nation's capital, we've got a building that's also unmistakable in sight, but bears a new name. Welcome to Northwest Stadium here in Landover, Maryland. Today, a couple of rivals from the NFC East squaring off between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Commanders. Jake Elliott is out ready to kick this one away. And off we go from Northwest Stadium. Return starts at the 9. He's got a lane up past the 30. He's going to reach that 34-yard line before he stops. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Come on. Daniels going to throw to get us started. Finds him on the crossing route. And he's going to be brought down at the 42.
Part of the reason I leave you pregame, Kate, and get down to that field and watch these guys throw and catch is I want to see their timing. I want to see their anticipation. That is picture perfect right there. A crossing route thrown that quickly tells me these two are on the same page.
And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. It's a gain of 4 there, and that'll be good for a Washington first. New set of downs for him from the 46.
1st and 10 at the 46-yard line.
Firing quickly out of line, Daniels. He's first down of bounds after a gain of about 4 there. 2nd down.
Out of bounds at the 50-yard line. Here we go. 4 yards on the pick.
From the gun, it's Daniels. Flushed out of the pocket. Ertz reels it in. And he's tackled with a first down yardage.
That's good for a Washington.
Shotgun snap to Daniels. Short pass brought in. And this one's worked down to the 33 before being stopped. They get an even 10 on that play. And the Commanders will have a first. To throw again, it's Daniels. That's complete. Here's Austin Eckler. And he's brought down. They're going to mark him at the 14. They'll get 18 yards there. And that'll be good for a Washington first.
You just got to love that angle route. It's been around a long time, but think about it defensively, Kate. How many times you see the backs out of the backfield or just run to the flat? The great running backs know how to plant their foot, sell that flat route, break it off to an angle, break off the first down.
And they shove him out. Looks like he got about 6 before they did so. It's 2nd down.
A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd down. At the Eagles' 7-yard line.
Shotgun handoff now to Eckler. They'll have a pickup of 3, which is good enough to make it 1st and goal.
You know what I like about a 2nd and short run play, Kate? Yeah, I like getting a first down. You know what I like even more? That's going to set up a play-action pass in a similar down and distance, and that defense is going to have to key on the run.
Caught just shy of the goal line. Touchdown, Washington. The Commanders finish up an excellent opening series. Gay with the point after. And the Commanders will jump out to a 7-0 lead. And this is going to bounce out of the end zone, so they will set up shop at the 35. Eagles in a good spot here as they come up to the line, 1st and 10. Right to the air, it's Hurts. That's caught, it's Saquon Barkley. He's brought to a stop after he found plenty of room to run.
If they get a handful of these types of plays per game, the pass game coordinator is going to be one happy camper.
On 1st down, Hurts. He's got Devontae Smith. He will not get any further, but plenty of progress already.
Now, right there, that's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom! Connect on a big shot, and instantly you set a tone that you're not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
Forced out to his right. That's incomplete left side. Was Devontae Smith the intended receiver? So that brings up 2nd down.
Once that quarterback broke the pocket, kind of turns into like a zone read option a little bit. Kate, you got a couple choices. Keep it yourself or try to force the throw. There was nowhere to go. He really should have used his legs.
And they're going to have 1st and goal when we begin our 2nd quarter. 1 quarter down for these two NFC East teams. 7-0 is our score. We're back to Northwest Stadium right after this. We're back and excited to start the 2nd. Eagles in a nice spot to put up points. It's a sneak, Hurts. And he gets in, touchdown. The Eagles finish off their opening drive. Jalen Hurts with a touchdown on a quarterback sneak to the end zone. That one splits the uprights. And the Eagles start off well to tie things 7-7. Now after tying this game up, they're all set to send her away. Here's Austin Eckler on the return. This manages to get just beyond that 30-yard line.
Washington will take over 1st and 10 at their own 31-yard line.
They've got 1st down from the 31. Throwing now, Daniels. Breaks the tackle. Daniels hit. He lost the football. But it looks like someone from the Commanders got to that one. They'll keep the football. After a fortuitous recovery, this will be 2nd down. Out of the gun, Daniels. Rolling left, buying some time. Big catch is made, and he got the feet in too. Pickup of 12 on that play. And the Commanders will have a 1st. Back to throw. Here's Daniels. Flush out now to his left. Completed left side to Samuel. And they're going to get to him after a gain of close to 5 as they send him out.
As soon as he starts to escape, Kate, you can almost see that gunslinger mentality come to life. It takes really perfect defense to hold up and keep him from finding something, but if they get that 1st down, they couldn't do it right there.
And his perfect start is over. And that's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Again, Daniels to the air. This is hauled in by Samuel. And he'll be brought down at about the 29. It's a gain of 17 on that one. And that'll be good for a Washington 1st.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 29-yard line.
Daniels is going to throw again. Dropped underneath to Eckler. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
When there's heat, that blitz coming off the snap, that QB's eyes, you could see it right away. He got to his check down in a hurry. But, Kate, here's the key. Quarterback and running back have to be on the same page. The two were right there, and then netted some positive yards.
He finds his running back on a deep shot. Nicely done. And that's a Washington touchdown. The Commanders take a 2nd quarter lead. It's an Austin Eckler touchdown. That one right down the middle. And the Commanders break that tie and now lead by 7. Here's locate it. Oh, no, he lost it.
You know, those defensive guys, they will tell you that the sideline's their best friend, right? A lot of these routes are trying to push the receivers and move the real estate. Sometimes the sidelines could be an offensive player's best friend when that ball bounces harmlessly out of bounds.
On 1st and 10, it's Hurts. Connection made with his running back down the middle. He does it. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles can tie it up in the second after cutting into the lead. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown. That one splits the uprights. And the Eagles tie things up at 14. So we've got a tie ball game now as they send this away. Eckler now to return it. And he's brought down just inside the 25.
Austin Eckler on the return. Washington takes over 1st and 10 at their own 26-yard line.
All right, the Washington offense is set. Here comes 1st and 10.
Let's go now.
To throw, Daniels. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. So a crazy first half has finally reached the 2-minute warning. The Commanders need some big yards in a hurry.
Here we go. Gotta be lying.
2nd and 3. And someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Cooper to Gene need to pick it up. And he takes this one back for the pick 6. But we all know getting the interception is the important thing, Brock. But how about this guy having the wherewithal to transition into a really nice return to then get the touchdown out of it, too?
Yeah, that's a great point. We talk about it with the receiver. Right, getting vertical right away after making a catch. Same thing for these defenders when they make a pick. They secure the football, sure, but instantly they go back to their offensive days. They want that touchdown, and they want a moment they won't forget.
That one right down the middle. And the Eagles break that tie and now lead by 7. A quick chance at redemption after that pick 6 as it's sent away. Eckler now to return it. And he's brought down inside the 20 on an uneventful effort.
The Commanders take over 1st and 10 at their own 19-yard line.
Starting out with an empty backfield, Brock. Here they come. 1st and 10.
Second Pirate. 19 Tiger. 19 Tiger. Dragon 60.
Daniels coming back after that pick. Chased out to his right. And that's incomplete. Wanted to dial up the aggressiveness there like that, but couldn't connect. 2nd down.
Warrior 70. Ready. 70 Timberwolf. 60 Bobcat. 60 Bobcat. Ready.
Now Daniels to throw. Stays. Isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
That was a situation where I think the previous drive, really affected the decision-making there. Coming off a pick, he wasn't about to challenge the coverage. Instead, he just took his medicine.
They connect on the deep shot. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. The Commanders take a timeout. They're first. 1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line.
1st and 10 at the 39-yard line.
Daniels. Called in by Lane. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. Timeout taken by the offense. They're second. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10.
Let's go.
From the gun, it's Daniels. All in left side. And they make the tackle at the 38. Give them an even 10 yards on the play. And the Commanders will set of downs for him at the 38.
First and 10 at the 38-yard line.
To the air again, Daniels. And that was just a little bit too low to be brought in. No luck finding his receiver that time. So it'll be second down.
That is normally a gimme for this offense, these short throws. But the defense, well, they had just enough influence on that play to force the incompletion.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. Shotgun snap to Daniels. An all-around tough play for him. Took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
And that's a win for the pass rush. Hit as he threw it, leads to the incompletion. Fourth down coming up.
That's one of those third down situations where you're asking an awful lot of your man to make a play to keep this drive going. Too much of a contested catch there, unable to bring it in.
And on 4th and 10, they aren't moving. They're going for this. Philadelphia going to spend its second timeout. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half.
Got it. Ready?
And on 4th and 10, they aren't moving. They're going for this.
Come on.
To throw again, it's Daniels. Short pass brought in. And he's brought down at about that 27-yard line. The Commanders in the hurry-up. They're hustling for the line. 1st and 10 now. Here's Daniels. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete. Couldn't connect on first. It's second down.
Bronco 80. Ready?
They'll throw it again. That one connects. Touchdown, Washington. The Commanders earn the chance to tie before halftime. Gay to add the extra point. Now after tying this game up, they're all set to send her away. And no return as this bounces through the end zone for a touchback. Only 17 seconds left for them as they begin this drive. Hurts on 1st down. Buys time, rolling right. That's complete. He got the feet down, but it goes out right at the line of scrimmage. Just a momentary loss of focus, a break in discipline, and not a good moment individually as he gets hit with that personal foul. New slate of downs to approach here from the 40. On 1st down, Hurts. That's Smith on the slant. We'll have a 4-yard gain on that one. He's taken down at the 44. We get a timeout. 8 seconds remaining before halftime. Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Looking to throw. Gets everything he has under this throw. And this falls incomplete with just 2 seconds remaining.
You know exactly what he's thinking. Hopefully next time it's a little bit easier. The degree of difficulty on that one high. Throwing a double coverage, odds are against you.
Throwing here just before halftime. He's loaded another one up. Into a crowd, and the defender comes up with it. And the Commanders are stopped on that return. So that interception is going to be the final play of this opening half. That's halftime of this contest. We'll join both teams in taking a short break. More of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. Well, if you love high-scoring games, no doubt you have been glued to your television so far. And no signs of slowing down as we begin our second half. And we'll have to wait at least a few moments longer for an exciting start to this second half. We've got a touchback. Eagles in a good spot here as they come up to the line, 1st and 10. throw here and shake off that previous INT. He finds Brown right side. And he's hit and sent out right along that line of scrimmage. So no gain on first down. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. They run it with Saquon Barkley. And that one doesn't get him much, even maybe a yard. It's 3rd down.
It's a gain of a yard. And it's 3rd down.
Hurts now from the gun. Complete out to the right. And they don't get much out of this pass. He's hauled down a little shy of that first. It's 4th down now.
It's now 4th down.
He'll throw it. And it's incomplete. They dialed up their best effort, Brock, but they come up empty. That's going to be a turnover on downs. Let's see how they attack this first down, Brock, from the 43. Out of the gun, Daniels. Finds him on the crossing route. And the stop is made 3 yards from the end zone. It's going to be 1st and goal.
I love everything about that play, Kate, so much for a quarterback. When he's throwing that crossing route, it's imperative that you lead that receiver. You don't throw where he's at, you throw where he's going. And when you do, yards after catch follow.
And that is caught. It's a Washington touchdown. The Commanders grab the lead on their first series of the half. Gay to add the extra point. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Commanders break that tie and now lead by 7. Here's Gay now to handle the kickoff. And that kickoff is into and then out of the end zone. So we got a touchback. This drive will start at the 35. Eagles in a good spot here as they come up to the line. 1st and 10. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. Drops by the first guy he met. No gain on that first down run. The dose of the hurry-up offense here.
No gain on the play.
Shotgun snap for Hurts. Completed left side to Smith. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. Moving quickly, trying to get set again.
And the Eagle first down.
1st and 10. Here's Hurts. Finds Barkley underneath. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. Offense up to the line fast.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5. At the Commanders' 42-yard line.
On 2nd down, here's Barkley. He's stopped at the 31-yard line. Working quickly here.
Down at the 31. A gain of 11 on the play.
First down throwing for Hurts. Escapes the pocket. Dumps it off to Barkley, complete. And this is down to the 28 before the defense halts it. Offense in the hurry up here. Here's 2nd and 7. He won't be able to make the catch. It's incomplete. Saquon Barkley, the intended target. So it'll be 3rd down.
Coverage by Mikey Sanderson.
Operating from the gun. Here's Hurts. Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. 4th down coming up.
So many coaches love 3rd downs and practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game already out of hand, coaches know got to execute and convert on these 3rd downs.
And he will not score, but that does set him up, Brock, with 1st and goal, less than a yard away from the end zone.
At the 1-yard line.
Barkley will not score, and it's not going to get back to the line either. I think he lost close to 3 on that play.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, it came at the perfect time.
His first target doesn't lead to his first catch, so they'll be left with 3rd and goal. Trying to get it with the option here. And he's in. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles can tie it up after hitting Pater in the 3rd. Jalen Hurts with a touchdown. His 3rd total score in this game. That one splits the uprights. And the Eagles tie us up 28 all. So we've got a tie ball game now as they send this away. This is taken in at the 13. And he gets across the 30 before he's brought down.
Washington will take over 1st and 10 at their own 31-yard line.
They've got first down from the 31. They'll start the drive with Eckler. And they're going to stop him after he wiggles his way forward for 2.
That's the kind of yardage it's not going to kill this drive on the first play, but it does put you a little bit behind schedule. Now second down becomes critical because nobody wants a 3 and out.
On the move, headed right. And finally, they're able to stop this play from getting any more yards.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
Markers reset, ball at the 37. Going on first down, Daniels escapes out to the left. Oh, he's keeping it again. Not a lot of space, maybe to the 33. Azeez Ojulari getting there for the tackle. We're still timed through 3 here. Neither defense has given an inch in this one. It's been a thrilling game, an absolute barn burner that is shockingly still tied as we get set for the 4th. Second and 6 coming up here.
Let's go now. Cowboy 80.
Option play. Here's a give to Eckler. Defender gets to him right around the line. It's going to be marked as no gain. So, Brock, that means third down coming up.
That linebacker makes that tackle right in the middle of the field. All I'm thinking about right now, Cade's training camp. Because that's the middle drill right there. That is textbook. What you do in training camp, coming to life when it matters.
Come on.
Third and short. Daniels. Complete beyond the marker. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down.
I don't know about you, Cade, but I think somebody's auditioning for some extra work as a receiver. If he could do that coming out of the backfield, imagine the damage he could do if they sent him out into one of those spots out wide.
Gets it towards the end zone, but it's incomplete.
As I watch practices today, Kate, both college and professionally, one thing is abundantly clear. Teams spend so much more time in the red zone. They know it's the money zone. And defensively, if you can force incompletions and knock it away and leave teams for field goals, you can win.
And that's a Washington touchdown. The Commanders take a 4th quarter lead. Gay to add the extra point. Right down the middle. It's good. And the Commanders break that tie and now lead by 7. Here's Gay now to handle the kickoff. And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. Eagles in a good spot here as they come up to the line. 1st and 10. Option play. They give it to Barkley. Free up the middle. It's a breakaway. It's a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles now trail by just a point in the 4th. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown.
Okay, with these great running backs, you know that patience is so often carry to carry, one of their great traits, but also over the course of the game, just waiting for their opportunity to explode and go finish it as he just did.
That one right down the middle. And the Eagles tie this game 35 apiece. Now after tying this game up, they're all set to send her away. Eckler now to return it. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line.
Washington takes over 1st and 10 at their own.
Commanders to the line now, Brock. Here comes 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Daniels. It's a big strike downfield to Samuel. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs.
Just excellent effort on that catch and a lightning quick transition from bringing that football in to getting vertical. He was not content for a second to end that play where he caught it. Any catch he makes, his intent is to put some serious yards on top of it.
And he's stopped at the 31-yard line. 2nd and 6 coming up here.
It's now 2nd and 6 at the 31-yard line.
Shotgun snap to Daniels. Throw caught at the 6. He will not score, but that does set him up front with 1st and goal, less than a yard away from the end zone.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. A lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
Touchdown, Washington! The Commanders take a 4th-quarter lead. It's an Austin Eckler touchdown, his 2nd scoring catch of the game. Extra point converted by Gay. And the Commanders break that tie and now lead by 7.
Commanders 42, Eagles 35.
Here's Gay now to handle the kickoff. And this is going to bounce out of the end zone, so they will set up shop at the 35. Eagles in a good spot here as they come up to the line, 1st and 10. They'll start this one out with Barkley. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that 1st down play. We've hit the 2-minute warning here in Landover. Eagles down by 7. 2nd and 10 now. Finds him over the middle. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. Eagles hustling everyone back to the line.
5-yard pickup on the play. And it's 3rd down.
Throwing now. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
You never ever, as an offense, like 3 and outs, Kate, but you really don't like them on 3rd down when you throw into tight coverage like that. Got to manufacture a better look.
Throw caught by his running back. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. 1st and 10 from a yard shy of midfield. Setting up to pass. Vacates quickly left side. Makes the grab in bounds left side. And they're not going to have to burn a timeout. Smart play here. He gets out of bounds with the 1st down. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. Back to throw. He rolls to his right. He takes it himself. And he's going to be driven out, but a nice pickup. Gain about 8, 2nd down.
But once a play breaks down, you're just looking for a running lane. Just a little bit of room, just a little bit of air in the pocket. He found one of those two, but the defense swarms towards him and denies him the other.
Here he is to throw. Finds some time left. He finds Smith. And they're going to get this down to the 4 before being stopped. They get 19, and now they're going to have 1st and goal.
I just don't know how you play defense, Kate, with some of the guys in the league today. How can you balance defending somebody who can run for it or throw it right over your head? These dual threat QBs, they're a nightmare.
They can decide to play for the tie or win later. First, they've got to reach that end zone. It's 1st and goal. He's got Smith again. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on 1st down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
He tries to sneak it, and he's across for the touchdown, and that flag is not going to stop this celebration. They know that's an offsides call. going for the PAT, and a make would tie us up late. And everyone can breathe easier now. His try is good, and they found a way to tie it late in the fourth. So we've got a tie ball game now as they send this away. And that one flies right on past the end zone. Did not make an effort to even hit the landing zone, Brock. So they're going to gift him a drive starting at the 35. Commanders starting out in a good spot here as they get set. 1st and 10. They look to throw it. Fits it through the middle. And he's got them quite the game here, partner, as he finally is brought to a stop. The Commanders take a timeout. They're first. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game.
1st and 10 at the 43-yard line.
In quite the time crunch here, Brock, but still 2 timeouts to burn. It's 1st down. Here's Daniels. Oh, my goodness, it's intercepted. That is Lewis Seen. Through the defense it goes. Room to burn. And the defense is coming.